Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everybody. This is Laura Dominguez. I'm the chair of the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, and I have my colleague, Commissioner Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez, with me today. And while we are waiting for Commissioners Joe Magazine and David Suarez to have quorum, Stephanie, will you make the announcements?
Good morning. We have some announcements today. This meeting will be hybrid. You could join via Zoom on the link that was sent, or you could dial in at 312-626-6799 or 888. And then we have some announcements with some time certains. We have item 11, discussion to review listed concerns and observations collected by the Mid-Beach Association at the Beach Walk Working Group, will be heard at noon. We have item number 14, discussion regarding potential proactive enforcement to identify business operating without a valid BTR without waiting for a resident complaint. That item will be heard at 12:50. Then we have items 27, 28, and 29 that will be discussion and update concerning current BTR applications. Those items will be heard at 1 p.m. Those are the time certains I have as of right now. Which 115? We also have, I apologize, item number 18 will be heard at 1:15, discussions regarding Liveaboard vessels, dockings of dinghies. And those are all the notifications we have for today.
So we'll start with item 1, discuss exploring the feasibility of the city establishing a motorcycle gator ambulance rapid response pilot program. And hi, Chief Virgil Fernandez is here.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. So this topic has been going on for a little while, and at one point, the commission authorized the fire department to get a covered gator as part of our response complement. Right now, we have a program. It's just not a motorcycle program, and it mirrors some of the programs that we looked at. There's one in Daytona that they use for special events. There's one in Austin, Texas, that they also use for special events. We looked at some in other countries. We looked at London, Norway, and their motorcycle program is for hard to access areas. Well, we do a similar program with gators where we have the advantage that we can send a full complement of rescuers to the call, and we use it for special events, and we also use it for tough to locate areas, which are Station 2, Station 3, Station 4. They have gators available to them in case they get calls to the beach after our lifeguards are out for the day. Again, this is, I believe that the intent of getting the proper units there in a timely manner, our program pretty much mirrors it. And I guess the fire department is not asking to test motorcycles. I think there's concerns with motorcycles. I know that Miami-Dade County had a program with motorcycles, and it was discontinued in 2008.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so we can't take the vote on this until my colleagues get here, but the next item is also fire, so it's number 2. Discuss the utilization of text messages via 888-777 to approve public safety advisories.
Right. So in this, what happens is that EM has a contract through the state, and EM is in charge of the internal notifications. And when I talk about internal notification, it's in notifications to employees, for example, that there's a recall of employees because of a hurricane situation. And it usually has to do with, again, our internal customers. Melissa is here, and she handles the external customers and the notifications for them.
Hi, good morning. How can I help in terms of questions? I know this item has been on here probably, I think, since Commissioner Mickey Steinberg was still in office, but we have 11,000 users. We're constantly promoting, so let me take this opportunity to do a PSA. Text MB Alert to 888-777 to make sure you get our text notifications.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I see that it's been open since 2022, and I think I have to wait to close this item and number one when my colleagues get here. Thank you for the update. Now we'll move to item number 3 from Planning. Discussion regarding establishing a restricted North Beach Historic Preservation Fund to be used to support the renovation of contributing buildings located in local historic districts within North Beach and dedicating all monies collected by the city in connection with the pending special magistrate case for the violations issued to the property located at 6701 Collins Avenue to the North Beach Historic Preservation Fund. Hi, Debbie.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So this item has also been around for quite some time. The Doville Hotel, as I'm sure you remember, was demolished in late 2022. Prior to its demolition, it did receive demolition by neglect violations. As a result of that, there were additional violations from the fire department and the building department, as well as code compliance violations. Those are all currently pending at the special magistrate. We do work with the city attorney's office on those hearings when they occur. The demolition permit has not yet been finalized. There are certain property improvements that are required by code to be completed before we can final their demolition permit. So those fines are still running. As of the latest number, it's well over $5 million currently, and again, they're still running. We don't know at this point how much monies will be collected. The special magistrate process does have the ability to mitigate such fines. But
How long has it been pending at the special magistrate's office? I recently attended some special magistrate's hearings and was a bit horrified at how disorganized that process was, and even put an item at last month's commission to only allow continuances to have one on each side. What is the delay here? Okay.
I think the delay is they're waiting for the demolition permit, because they did receive that demolition order and a permit was issued to be finalized. So in order to be in compliance with the demolition by neglect ordinance, now that the building is gone, it is on its way to compliance, because there's no building that's being neglected anymore. What's happened is there are certain elements such as fencing and some landscaping that is required of that lot before we can final the demo permit. And so the fines are accruing every day, and that's still an open case. And I believe while it's on its way to compliance with the building being removed, they are asking for additional time in order to finalize the remaining elements.
Thank you for that update, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
So the owners of the Doville property owe us $5 million, I don't know if you were listening, in fines, late fines. They are just blatantly disregarding our laws. They don't care. They demolish the building without really getting the proper approval. They don't even have their demolition permit. And this item is about taking the money from those fines and applying it to a fund, but we can't even seem to collect those fines. Rob, how do we go about collecting these fines? And can we, if they choose not to pay the fines, can we take that land, can we seize that land? And what would we need to do legislatively to do so?
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. The process involves, as you were told, the first thing that needs to happen is the demolition permit needs to be closed out. And because they haven't put up fencing, landscaping, and grading, the permit hasn't been closed out, and the fines continue to accrue. Once they actually do that and the fines stop accruing, they are then allowed by the code to go to the special magistrate and we will ask the special magistrate to assess the full amount of the fines. They are allowed to ask the special magistrate to mitigate the fines to a lower amount. And in that case, of course, the city would oppose that. The special magistrate would decide whether to mitigate the amount or not, and then enter an order for them to pay. At that time, if they didn't pay, then we could lien the property and do all the things that are associated with a lien.
So what do we need to do at this point to move forward to make that happen like as soon as possible?
Well, violations have been issued and the hearings have been scheduled. They just need to do that work, and it needs to be finished.
Yeah, but they've been in violation for 8 years, so when is enough enough? I mean, when do we say, you're disregarding our laws, we've had enough of you, we are going to take serious action if we don't get paid immediately and you don't fix these violations? There has to be some sort of recourse, apart from simple liening the property. I'm sure that there's something more extreme that we can do.
Well, we could file suit against them once the permit's been closed out and once the mitigation hearing has been held. But we find that the most effective way of getting our money is by enforcing the lien, because there's no way out of that.
Commissioner Suarez?
Thank you. But they have to close the permit out first, so it's incumbent upon them to do that?
Well, they have to do the things that are required, and Steve Rothstein in our office is pursuing them through the magistrate process to get them to do that. They haven't yet done it, but my understanding is they intend to do it, and at some point will. But the fines continue to accrue every day that they don't.
How much are the fines every day?
I don't know the daily rate, but we heard that they were about $5 or $6 million at this point.
And-
Over $6 million.
Madam Chair, if I could, so the demolition by neglect violation, there's multiple violations, but that one in particular is being assessed at $5,000 per day, which is the maximum I believe the state allows us to impose.
Here's what I suggest we do. We need to move forward with this lien, and when they don't pay the lien, I think we start foreclosure proceedings, and they're not gonna like that very much. I think, and in order to do this, so we're saying if they don't landscape and light, we can never assess a lien? That doesn't make any sense, that they have to comply, and they're never going to comply. So then we're never going to get to a lien, so we're just gonna continue in this circular accrual of fines that are never paid?
Commissioner Suarez?
Rob?
Oh, sorry, and we also remember that we are still in pending litigation with the Doville, that we filed suit against them to keep them from demolishing the property by neglect. We lost that part, but they had counterclaims against us that are still pending. So all of that is to say that collection of money one side by the other isn't really ripe at this time, although, as we said, the amounts every day that they don't do what they're supposed to be doing continue to climb, and the claims against us eventually will be dismissed, but we have no control over the speed of the court system.
What do you suggest we do?
Unfortunately, exactly what we're doing, that keep trying to enforce at special magistrate that they fulfill their obligations to get the permit closed out.
Do you know when the next special magistrate hearing is on for the Doville?
I don't. I was just looking at my phone to see if Steve Rothstein had told me, but I don't have that right now.
And colleagues, I'd like to take this out of committee and move it to the full commission, because we need to take action on this. No more
I'll second that.
dragging it. Thank
Okay,
you.
good.
All right, so we're moving it from the full commission. And just to get you up to date, item number 1 and 2 was old discussion items, and we've opened and closed them. If you review and have any questions, we can go back to it later.
Madam
Number
Chair, if I
30.
If I could just have some clarification. So the item that's before you today is not specifically about the liens. The item was about if we do collect the money, then we could use this money as a historic preservation fund to assist some of the contributing buildings in the neighborhood that have been adversely affected by the situation that has been occurred. So would you like to put that on hold while we?
No, we can move that
Okay.
to the full commission, and part of the discussion will also include liens and how to move forward with that. So we could bifurcate and have 2 items on the Doville about that with the full commission.
Very
And
good.
do you want to send that with a positive recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, number 33, procurement, discuss the proactive initiation and earlier commencement of the city's procurement process in advance of contract expirations in order to avoid unnecessary contract extensions and advance the city's interest in ensuring that the city contracts are awarded via open, fair, and competitive procurement process. Number 33. And that was an item from July 2023, put in by Commissioner Minor at the time, now Mayor Minor. So I'd like to get an update so we can close out this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alex Dennis, Procurement Director. So as you mentioned, I believe the purpose of the item was to discuss when the solicitation period begins for replacement contracts so we could avoid some unnecessary extensions. So before we discuss that, I think it's important to make a distinction between contracts that are extended because there's a good business reason to do so and the contract allows the extensions, and those contracts that are extended because the replacement contract couldn't be awarded. So most city contracts, like you'll see in most governments, contracts are usually 3 years with 2 one-year optional renewals. The optional renewals allow the city to assess the performance of the contractor and the cost factors in the contract before moving forward. The month-to-month extensions, which I think is really the genesis of this item, are in those cases when a replacement contract cannot be awarded before the current contract expires. And of the current 840 contracts that the city has, active contracts, there are only 5 contracts that are on month-to-month. 4 of those contracts were extended because, and the detail is in your item, 4 of those contracts were extended as a direct direction from the city commission. Regarding the beginning the replacement process, we now begin the solicitation process for new contracts 6 to 9 months before the expiration. So that's a good amount of time. On average, we are awarding contracts 92 days or 3 months before the current contract expires. So you have to be careful when you discuss beginning the solicitation process too far in advance, because the longer in advance we begin, the greater the risk for the contractor, because they have to hold their pricing for so many months before the contract actually begins. So I'm happy to take any questions, but that's really the data on this issue.
Thank you for the update, Alex. Any questions? Appreciate that, so we can close this item out. Next item
And
is
just
number.
before you go on, Commissioner, just to clarify for item number 1 and number 2 that you discussed before the other 2 members arrived, just to formally, nobody has any objection to that being noted, both of those being noted as heard and closed. And then number 3, a couple of you had left the room when we actually took the vote, but does anybody have any objection to that being moved to the full commission with a positive recommendation?
The Doville funds, and I want to welcome Commissioner Joe Magazine. I know you had another meeting before.
Apologies, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Without objection, we'll note.
And Madam Chair.
Number 3 moved to the full commission with positive recommendation. Number 33 discussed and closed.
Okay, number 4, update regarding the 5th and Alton parking garage. This is from
2022.
Number 4, yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. Elizabeth Muro, Interim Director for Facilities and Fleet Management, for the record. We have been working with the Edens Group for a while now. This item was first presented in December 8th, 2021, and it's been in the committee for a while. We continue to maintain contact with the Edens Group. They have conducted several capital improvements to the 5th and Alton site. This includes some waterproofing in the roof. They've replaced cameras throughout. They've done elevator upgrades as well as some escalator upgrades that we'll be conducting this year. They've also done some stormwater redevelopment, which redeveloped all the wells. They've continued their maintenance. We do have Edens on the line if you wish to have further conversations.
Colleagues, any questions on this item? What I'd like to request is an LTC in 6 months of any additional updates, but I don't have any questions at this time and ready to close this item.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we'd be happy to do that
Okay.
with an LTC.
Okay, next one is number 5, discuss update on tree planting pilot program in North Beach. And Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, would you like to tee this item up?
So anybody who's walked the city knows that in North Beach, west of Collins Avenue, there are no trees. And it's hot, miserable, there's nothing green. So we had a pilot program, which was very difficult. It's been a year and a half, and we finally planted some trees. Although what happened when we did try to plant trees in this concrete was just like so many issues. I don't know if it was the configuration of what we did. Are the trees surviving? I went up there when we first planted them, so it'd be interesting to see how they're thriving, and if they are thriving. What? We did. This is not the west lot. This is west of the west lots. It's Abbott, Byron, Carlisle, Dickens, all of those streets between the Indian Creek water, is it Indian Creek? No, Tatum Waterway, between the Tatum Waterway and Collins Avenue, that area that's just like bereft of trees. Okay, let's hear what's going on.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Lindsay, Practice Assistant Director of the Environment and Sustainability Department. The North Beach in-street tree planting pilot program has now been installed since summer of 2023. Since then, we have received 2 strong storms that had major impacts to our urban canopy. The satin leaf trees that were installed as part of the project fared well in those storms, especially considering how recently they were installed. The 2 main issues that resulted from the storm were the trees had moderate to heavy leans to the west, and there was moderate to severe defoliation. The trees were all righted thanks to our green space division with new staking following those weather events. And recovery from defoliation is a longer process, especially because of that stressor involved. However, the city's urban forester inspected the trees on January 3rd, and they were flowering, which is a very good sign because that's an energy-intensive process. Other indicators of unhealthy trees include deadwood and dieback, which these trees have very little to none of, which is, again, a very good sign. There's also no bark peeling or falling, which is a sign of overall good health. Urban Forestry inspected the trees most recently yesterday, March 19th, and will continue to monitor the trees monthly through August, which would mark the 1-year period since installation.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Okay, so the reason that I brought this up, and I really think this is an important item, I'm not going to be here to continue this. We had GEO bond funding money for trees. How much was it? $2 million?
$5 million in
$5
tranche
million.
1 and tranche 2 combined.
Okay, so we have $5 million. But what we were doing, and really that money was designed to plant trees where we currently have no trees. But that's very difficult because, as you can see with my pilot program, and if you go out and look at it, it's a little funky. Like, it really needed to be done on an industrial level. We did the best that we could, right? Reconfiguring everything, taking in to account the width of the sidewalks and the plumbing that was there. But what we were doing with this $5 million is literally planting trees where we already have them, on people's swales. And I was getting phone calls like, why are you planting a tree that doesn't match my swale just to plant a tree, right? Just so we could say, oh, look, you know what, we planted 1,000 trees. But if you plant 1,000 trees where you already have 1,000 trees, you're not really solving any problem. And really, I look to you guys who are going to be here, over the next decade to solve this issue, especially in that area. And that's going to involve getting the funding, cutting through this concrete, figuring out the ADA issues with the sidewalks, and planting them. I urge you to go out and look at our pilot program. I'm going to say, look, it took a lot of work. It took a year to even get to where we were because we had to plant trees. I think we cut a water main at one point.
Yeah, I would definitely invite my colleagues from Public Works to talk about some of the issues.
It was really hard. By the way, I'm very grateful to Public Works, especially Rodney, wherever you are, for helping with this. But it's not enough, okay? And they really do need trees, especially because we're seeing extreme climate, heat. And that neighborhood needs some sort of relief. And it's not just for the heat, but it's also for the aesthetic appeal of something that's just, I'm not gonna call people's neighborhoods unattractive, but can you imagine how it would enhance, how the greenery would enhance those neighborhoods? You've seen it south of Fifth, where we successfully planted trees. So I'm not gonna tell you that it's not impossible to do, it's just difficult. We did hit a water main, right, Joe?
Yes, Commissioner, we did. There were some utility challenges because we had to create the islands, as you recall, and then do the curbing around it to be able to create the tree well for the
We don't have any
trees.
pictures, do we?
I believe there's a picture in the memo that's attached. You can see that. You can see the islands that were created on page 3 of the memo, attachment 8.
So,
And attachment, and then there's actually a couple of pictures.
this is important because I would like one of you to co-sponsor this and push through more trees. It takes a long time to do things. I would love for someone, okay, we have a picture of one of the trees, but that's not, you have to go and look at it, and somebody really needs to pick this up. You guys need to, push forward, get the funding, and maybe what we'll do, and I have a funding for trees on, tree planting in a parking lot, which I think will also help toward the process of just trial and error, of figuring out how to cut through concrete and plant trees, which I'm hoping you'll support, which is on Friday's agenda. But did you
Commissioner
want to say
Suarez?
something?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of trees, especially shade trees. It provides, habitat for our natural wildlife, birds, and shade, and it cools down everything, about the summer. When I knocked on North Beach, that was the least shaded area of all of Miami Beach. And, I applaud you, Commissioner Gonzalez, that took this initiative. I would love to take up the mantle of planting more trees. So how many trees did we plant, just to get an idea?
As part of this pilot,
yeah.
we did 6 satin leaf trees in the triangular cutouts between parking spaces.
So how much did that cost?
The trees themselves would have been about $10,000, but the entire public works team worked tirelessly because it was completely done in-house. So I wouldn't want to put a number on that.
Commissioner, I don't have that number in front of you, but it's safe to say it cost a few $1,000s of the labor, plus the fact that we did hit a water line, and so we had to make repairs on that.
So, when I go down Meridian Avenue and south of Fifth and through Flamingo Park, we have those calophyllum trees. And that is, they're priceless, right? You can't put a number on it. You can't put a number on that street. I would love to see that in North Beach. And, when I'm old, 50 years from now, I'd love to see that same sort of community, neighborhood feel of trees in North Beach. And, I would want my grandchildren to enjoy that. So, I don't know if this is the time or place to do that, but I would love to have a program where we really, we plant trees now for the future in areas that we do not have tree planting. I think you hit it on the head. You don't want to put more trees where there's already trees. We want to put trees where there are no trees, on Abbott, Carlisle, Byron, and even on the Tatum side. So, how would we go about that?
Well,
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
thank you.
and then we'll come to a
Commissioner
landing.
Dominguez, okay, so here's what I was thinking. If we wanted to extend this pilot program, but get you some serious funding, and I want to see like we do an entire block, okay, and a transformative funding, what is it that you need from us? Do you need a couple of months, and you'll come back to us and tell you what you have, and then we can send it to commission to try to get it funded? Would that work?
I think that's the best approach. I think it allows us time to look at other potential candidate areas. Obviously, we're talking a much bigger program, so engaging in-house source resources to do that would be taxing on other things. So I think it would be better if with the funding, we could also engage a contractor to help us with that.
Okay, and I also think that we need to halt a geobond tree planting in places, in the swales and places where we already have trees. Like, we did this thing in North Beach. It was like, oh, we planted 1,000 trees. We were in a park that already had trees. So what we did is we just put some trees in between the trees. So I would like to stop, because I'd like to use that funding to create a change. And I think we're gonna need, how much of that funding is currently left? Do we know?
Yes, we have about 2.7 million left of the 5 million. We've planted nearly 2,000 trees. The additional funding would get you a similar number for the remaining funds. Our next upcoming project is reforesting the beach walk to add canopy along that area. That would add about 600 trees in that much needed transportation corridor.
Oh, so I wouldn't wanna touch that funding, cause that's important too. So then why don't we just, in 60 days, come back, tell us what it is that you need, and we'll try to get you additional funding to really do something transformative. This time, go out, get a contractor, configure the parking, and do maybe an entire block, what should we say, a different block, the other side of the street? I don't know.
We can take a look at aerials.
I think let's shoot for the moon here. Let's really, what can we do to shade? You know, let's start with North Beach because I think they lack the most shade. What can we do to shade all of North Beach? And you know, let's be bold here and say like, what's it gonna cost? Like, what's it gonna cost? Maybe we do half of it. Maybe we start a quarter of it, or we start all of it. And I think that's the right approach. I mean, because remember, this is going to be 50 years from now where we're going to see the benefits, and hopefully our grandchildren do that.
So we'll
Okay,
bring this
second
item
that
back for the June neighborhoods meeting, and Commissioner Magazine. Let's move this along.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two requests. If you'd be able to include some visualizations
Yes.
when this comes back, that'd be great. And then also, if we are going to be transformative, which I am certainly behind, I think we should also think about ways to incorporate public-private partnerships, right? There's only, as Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez correctly pointed out, so much we could do sitting there on the swales and things like that. So to the extent that there is new private development in this area, we should be thinking about what the landscaping requirements should be, not just for today, but for the Miami Beach that Commissioner Bott always points out that we are aspiring to be in the future.
You know, that's not a bad.
Let's wrap this up.
Okay, we're wrapping it up. Okay.
Tanya, Commissioner Bott.
Very quickly, and thank you for letting me kibitz since I'm not officially on here, but one of the best bold places you could look at is Parkview Island, where there aren't even sidewalks on most of it. The only trees that exist are in a very small park, and if you can make that green, that's going to, you know, be a great guidepost for how to do it in places that'll be easier.
Thank you, everybody. So we'll come back in 60 days. Appreciate that. Item number 6, tourism discussion regarding options for incorporating artistic designs on sidewalk bicycle lane barriers. Hi, Lisette.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. Lisette Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture, City of Miami Beach. So this is an update of an item that was heard in July. It was sponsored by then Commissioner, now Mayor Minor, of incorporating artistic designs in bicycle lane barriers. So the example that was heard at that committee meeting was from New York City. They do decorative concrete barriers for their bicycle lanes. However, in our city, we already have the armadillo ziklas and delineators, so they don't really allow to incorporate any art into those. So at committee, we discussed artistic designs on concrete barriers should any public works excuse me, projects need for us to deploy any concrete barriers. So in August, the Tourism and Culture Department, Public Works, CIP, Transportation, we met with two great local organizations, which is Oolite Arts and Moonlighter Fab Lab. They're both on Lincoln Road. Oolite Arts is the longest visual nonprofit organization, over 30 years on Miami Beach. And they proposed a project called PAIR. It's a public artist in residence, and it's also similar to a project in New York where they incorporate artists into different, it's a municipal program where they incorporate artists into different city departments, you know, because artists bring creative solutions to issues. And so Oolite is proposing providing an honorarium of up to $30,000 to have an artist in residence that would be housed at Moonlighter Fab Lab. And what the city, the funding impact would be about $15,000 for materials and for having the artist in Moonlighter Fab Lab. And what the artist would do is create a template where our public works team could then deploy, should we need concrete barriers, a beautiful creative design. And we also discussed engaging our residents. So maybe providing 3 designs that the artist does and having our residents vote and see which design they like the best, and that we could utilize that. So that's the update on this item.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions?
Not a question, Madam Chair, but perhaps something to further this. I was actually doing research on the item, and I saw across the country, not only in bicycle lanes, but one idea that seemed fabulous is actually have a more expansive artistic design in school zones on the streets, and it would be a great way to partner with local schools, the artistic communities there. So just really furthering this idea would be a possibility. I think, just because I'm most familiar with it outside of South Point Elementary, where you have the public street there. If there would be, the school could participate in some type of artistic zone. And what that also does is it brings awareness, especially in some of our busy areas where there's schools up in North Beach, that this is a school zone. So it's also a safety factor, but it's also artistic as well. So really ties into public safety.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott?
Where we have the colorful tiles on Ocean Drive at 10th Street or 9th Street or something, countless times, visitors and residents are walking over that and saying, wow, what's this? And then you have an opportunity to dialogue about what it is and why it is. So to build on what Commissioner Magazine has proposed and what this item is, if we could also do that for the stormwater drains. Lots of cities in Florida especially have these sort of painted, and I can forward you some examples, but have painted fish or manatees or whatever, which would help. We're talking about a big communication push through the magazine in the summer anyhow, and it just helps residents remember that putting the rag with their oil change residue down the storm drain is going to kill the fish that is so cute on the painted piece of pavement around that drain.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other committee members have a comment? All right, so I'd like to take this out of the committee, and if you could provide us an LTC with an update on what Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Bott mentioned.
Thank you.
The next 2 items, while they're tourism, I don't believe Commissioner Fernandez is here. And he wanted to be here for those 2 items, so if we could.
Defer them.
Well, he's not a committee member, so he may come whenever he wants.
We also have item 22 that is just a commission update.
For 7 and 22, let's see, 7, it's his, and let me look at 22. Yeah, that's his as well.
22
Number 8,
is-
let me see.
He has a lot of items.
He does.
22 is not Commissioner Fernandez's
coming?
item. It does? Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you could, because it's holding up the stuff here. All right, so while you're checking with him, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez has item number 9, and that's CIP, discussion regarding the Ocean Terrace and the surrounding neighborhood and the impacts to the area due to lack of progress on the Ocean Terrace redevelopment project. And some of that has changed now, so I guess we'll get the update. Would you like to tee it up?
Yeah, we have this standing item on the commission because what had happened with Ocean Terrace is they had been granted the zoning about 10 years ago, and they really overpaid for these properties, and it's just been languishing there. And all of those buildings are deteriorating. The entire area is dilapidated. All of the neighbors were angry, and as part of the development agreement, we had given them density and FAR. We literally sold them the Ocean Terrace, the parking and the whole beach walk area, and they were building a garden there. Now I think that they're finally starting with the garden, and they got the permit and they've started the work, and that's where we are. So can you give us an update as to when this garden, which is supposedly a beautiful garden, multi-million-dollar garden that they were providing us, is going to start? And also, the garden is fine, and that's one thing, but what's happening with the actual development? I don't know if you can speak to both of those, but David, at least you can speak to the garden portion, because they're out of compliance as of right now. Actually, the way that the contract was written is that they're allowed to be out of compliance as often as they want, and we just cure it. Every time that they're out of compliance, they get 30 days to cure, correct, Rob? The way that it was written? The agreement is really not written to benefit the city in any way. It's written to benefit the developer, who really hasn't done anything with this property. So go ahead on the status of the garden.
Through the chair, good morning,
Thank you,
everybody.
David.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the commission. David Martinez, Capital Improvements Director. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is correct. The work did commence last year, approximately October of 2023. The work commenced. There are about 40. This is for the public project. The project is divided into the public benefit public project and then their private project. The public project commenced in October. They're about 40% complete, estimating completion about January, about this time, probably earlier than that, January 2025 for the public project, which is the landscaping and streetscape improvement project that will belong to the city. So that's moving along and that's going well. With respect to the private project, what we know, and we have asked the developer what their plans are, what they have telling us, and I'm almost quoting, they're saying that they're continuing to work through pre-development. They have identified a suitable brand for the hotel portion of the project and are working to refine and finalize their business plan. Once this is developed, they will be in a position to launch the sales of the condo portion of the mixed-use project. The timing to start construction, pull a permit on the entire project, private project, depends on their pre-sale process. They expect to have more data on that spring or this summer. As it relates to the developers agreement, Commissioner, that you were asking, what the developers agreement, some of the terms on it, it states that the private project could not receive a building permit until the public project did. Obviously, the public project did, so they're in a position to be able to apply for a building permit for the private component. Second to that is they would not be able to receive a temporary CO or temporary certificate of completion on the private project until phase one of the public project receives its own temporary certificate of completion, and they cannot receive a full certificate of occupancy on the private project unless both phase one and two of the public project receive a certificate of completion or certificate of occupancy. That's kind of what I have, and I'll leave it to the attorneys, Rob, if he wants to fill in on some of the details.
And then, okay, I would like to keep this item on here because I do think it's kept the Ocean Terrace developers on their toes because we have to constantly update it. At least finally we're getting the garden portion done. I would venture to say that as far as their building permit, they haven't approached the city at any time and asked for any changes to the development agreement at all, Rob?
I'm not aware of any.
I'm not aware of them, of that, nor them submitting for a building permit on their private project at all.
So really not so much is happening there. They're building the garden, but I would encourage all of you, like I said, I feel expediency here because, I'm going to be here 18 months, but this is something that has been going on since 2013. It's a really long time to just have this entire area dilapidated. And Commissioner Dominguez, there's people with their hands raised over there.
So do you want this back in May?
I would like to keep it on the agenda. I would like it back in May. I would love for the developers to give us an update of when they expect to present their building permit to the city, because I think that something has to happen there. I mean, it's not fair to the surrounding, residents.
Yeah, thank you for this. Totally agree, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. And what's worrying is when we see record per square foot condo sales in other areas of our city that this developer wouldn't even be attempting to move forward under those opportune circumstances. It gives me pause or hesitation, if and when they're going to do that. But even more so, when we go forward looking at public-private partnerships such as this, I think we should really take away a lessons learned when you compare and contrast this to the public portion of the 5 Park deal, where they had to adhere to very strict timelines for the construction of the park. I think we really should, David, maybe you can do a little compare and contrast about the 2 different development agreements, because under the 5 Park, and I think some of the commissioners on this dais were responsible for really holding the developers' feet to the fire there. It really mandated that they move forward under a very specified time schedule on the public benefits portion of that project. And what do we have? We have a park now that is activated for the entire community that's become transformative, where the Ocean Terrace Park just continues to languish. So I think we should really do a best practices when we go forward with development agreements such as this.
Commissioner Bach, quickly.
Yep, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, with your permission, I'd be happy to co-sponsor this and champion it going forward.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll bring back the item in May, and now we will move to item 31, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, item 31, discussion to consider a potential parking solution for permanent residential parking as part of the West Avenue Phase 2. So an update on that, please.
Certainly. So at the last, the September commission, they referred this item to be heard. And it has to do with a proposal that was brought forth by the West Avenue Neighborhood Association in conjunction with Lincoln Bay Towers and some area residents. And the proposal, basically, what it did was it suggested constructing a parking level on the south side of the Lincoln Bay Tower property, on the private property, and doing away with the overwater baywalk and rerouting the baywalk through the site. The purpose on the proposal for the offer was to provide additional public parking on the ground floor or at grade, and then on the elevated deck relocate their condominium parking. So to recap, for those of you that may not have been following along, couple 3 years ago, the West Avenue Phase 2 project, along with all the improvements that it would bring on, unfortunately, one of the things was that we had some lost parking, and what the lost parking basically accounted for about 102 spaces on street that would be lost. And this is something that was prepared in a study some 2 or 3 years ago. So since then, at commission level as well as committee level, we've been looking at ways to mitigate the long term, the permanent parking impact. So one of the things that was done, we did another analysis of things that can be changed in the public right-of-way to fix that, and part of that resulted in several options. In particular, option 8 of all the options was presented to the community, and it was discussed, and it was agreed upon that that'd be the best at this time option to proceed. That returns 44, that reduces the 102 by 44 down to 58 overall lost parking spaces. That's where we are today with the parking count. With respect to the proposal, administration is not recommending to move forward with this proposal. It proposes a lot of challenges. First of all, building a public project on a private property, as you can imagine, that would result in different agreements and a lot of legalese that would have to go into how that would be operated. But in addition to that, there's land development regulations that would have to be studied. There's vehicular access to the neighboring properties that would have to be maintained, fire department access, a lot of long-term issues that need to be resolved. So we would have to, if this body and the commission would want to proceed with this proposal or investigate it, we would have to study it further and spend some money to really understand how this could work.
Okay, losing 102 parking spots on West Avenue is critical, and that's why the proposal to help reduce that large loss was first brought up. I think we should probably bring this matter up to the full commission because of the urgency. Phase 2 of West Avenue has already begun, and the further we wait and not find some sort of resolution, the opportunity will be lost. West Avenue Neighborhood Association needs to be engaged, and that's what I would recommend. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, how do you guys feel recommending, there's a surface lot on West Avenue, it has kind of those pie-shaped spaces. Why don't we just move forward and build the parking that we need there? It's city parking, we need a lot, we could put some retail, some sort of innovative retail on the ground floor and just get it moving. I know that parking is profitable. We wish you were gonna stay, Monica, to continue to run the department. But I would say that we move forward with some direction. If we don't take direction, this project is going to be finished. You're not going to have any parking in the neighborhood, and we're not going to have any solution. And we have the land. We can find the money with parking. We can actually, if we have a revenue, we can issue a revenue bond, a parking bond, to build it, correct? When was the last time we built a new garage anyway? Sunset Harbor?
Collins Park Garage would have been the last
Collins
one.
Park Garage. Okay, so we can, you know what, look how beautiful Collins Park Garage is. Let's do the same for West. Let's move forward, let's be decisive, let's take serious action, because if we don't, and Collins Park took us years, those businesses are going to suffer. The residents that live there are not going to have the parking, and it's going to be a real disaster. I would like to see, how long do you guys think, if we were to take decisive action, get you and tell you, we want a garage here, we want a beautifully designed garage similar to Collins Park, what do you think, how long would it take to get that garage built?
I would say from once we get the go-ahead and there's money to begin the process, I would say 4 to 5 years total.
Why don't we move this forward with a recommendation to build a beautiful, iconic parking garage? No, it doesn't have to be iconic. Okay, a beautiful, creative, artistic garage on West Avenue, and start the process so that you have some relief there.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, this is my general view. I want to be a progressive urban city that focuses on pedestrianization. I'm not going to be supportive of building more parking garages in one of our densest residential areas that is just going to further encourage the use of automobiles. I think we should be transitioning in every area we can to more progressive land uses. I think we need residential housing. I think we need to pedestrianize the areas. I want to be sympathetic and do what we can to preserve as many parking spaces as we can. I would like to look to zone more of that area as residential as opposed to the pay mobile or transient usages. But I personally wouldn't be supportive of building a parking garage on public land. If anything, I'd like to see some sort of a workforce housing component, but I just don't think when we're looking to reduce carbon emissions, move forward with greening our city, that we should be further incentivizing constructing parking garages in residential areas.
Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Gonzalez, what pie-shaped area?
We have a surface lot. Where's that pie-shaped lot? It's right.
Yes, it's actually the circular lot just south of Lincoln Road on West Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if we build workforce housing and we do a public-private partnership with it, Joe, but you're going to need to replace those parking spaces. And we've done serious, extensive work trying to find places. As you can see, we really don't have a solution. And whatever we do takes years and years. So if you want to take this on and do some parking spaces with workforce housing, that's fine. But we need to take, but you do need to replace those spaces, because the truth of the matter is that we have a rainy season. We don't have reliable mass transit, and people have cars. So, you come home at night, you're not going to want to circle around and have no parking. You live there, you've got a young kid. You know how tired you are in the afternoon. Imagine coming home and there's no place to park because we've taken it away. We need to have a plan so that families have a place to park. And it's ideally, it's a wonderful idealization to pedestrianize, and I agree with you, but people do have cars. They do. I have a car. Does anyone not have a car?
I have a question. Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, what is the gist? Because I just got here late, and I'm sorry.
I know this is not your item, and we started an hour and 15 minutes late, and we have a full agenda.
My
But the
apologies,
gist is
Commissioner.
item number
I was
31.
actually going to request for the meeting to be canceled due to the governor's
Either-
visit, but I'm grateful that you're able to accommodate.
Item 31. Do you have
This-
the book?
Commissioner, I do have the
Yes,
book, Madam
okay.
Chair. I'm just wondering, what is just the gist, just in a
The
nutshell?
gist is we're losing 102 parking spaces on West Avenue. Phase 2 has already begun. There was a proposal that the city was looking into that would help reduce the loss to 58. The city does not recommend moving forward with that particular proposal. So that means that area will have 102 spaces that will be lost.
Okay.
And the recommendation by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez was to move it back to the full commission to discuss opportunities right now, since phase 2 is in construction.
opportunities like to construct parking over the
To
pump.
construct parking or look for other areas where we can mitigate
Absolutely.
parking loss?
We have a parking crisis in our city, and in part because we have master plans that say that we prioritize everything and we make vehicular prioritization last. And that is creating an unrealistic situation in our city where we're eliminating parking and our residents are left to suffer. It's the quality of life of our residents that is suffering with this, and so I completely agree.
Madam
All
Chair.
right, so Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Rosen Gonzalez, you moved your item. I'll second the item. Commissioner Suarez, do you support it? To take it to the full commission for a further discussion on parking mitigation?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. May I clarify?
Yes.
A point, I'm sorry. The 58 spaces, that is something we are implementing. That option 8 is being implemented, so the reduction in parking will only be the 58. What we're not recommending is the proposal to construct this parking level at the Lincoln Bay Towers. That's what we're not recommending. So we are implementing the further reducing the 102 down to 58. So we're at 58.
This was a different, but that's a different lot that you're talking about.
Yes, this is.
It's not the lot that I'm talking about.
The item is strictly associated with a proposal from the West Avenue Neighborhood Association and the Lincoln Bay Towers to construct some additional parking on their private property.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it to the full commission. I appreciate that very much.
And that's just a back to the full commission for discussion?
Yes. And Commissioner Fernandez, thank you so much for joining. You're going to be the host for the next few items because they're yours. And apologies for the rush.
I get it. It's my fault for being late.
We started an hour and change late, and we have 35 items on the agenda.
God.
And so we're trying to be concise and move things forward. All right, so number 7, tourism, discussion regarding enhanced mail notice requirement as it relates to the special event guidelines. If you'd like to tee it up, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Back in July of last year, I sponsored an ordinance that presented revisions to the special events guidelines to ensure that we were providing notice to the residents impacted by events. There had been a minimum notice requirement at some point, but this, I think, expanded it further, it created a more robust mechanism. We started to get almost immediately afterwards feedback from the industry that was affected by this, and we were risking some important activations that have become emblematic to Miami Beach, and we certainly didn't want to do that. We wanted to preserve the right of our residents to be notified of these events, to be able to have the opportunity to participate in the Special Events Review Committee, voice concerns, and hopefully be able to mitigate some of those concerns, but never was the intent to jeopardize the possibility of these events coming. Because of that, at the September meeting, I then made a motion to temporarily suspend some of those requirements to allow us to make some revisions, to make some, analysis and come back with other ideas. We now have Lisette Arrogante before us to hopefully present through the chair possible revisions to what we did in a concise way, Lisette, because I do know that the chair's time is limited because of the number of items. So I just kindly request in the most condensed and concise way possible, guide us on your proposed revisions so that we can preserve the residents' right to know these special event meetings.
Of course, and thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your leadership when it comes to the enhanced mail notification. At the September 13th meeting, we removed the mail, that hard copy notification. And so I'm going to share with you really quickly what we have done to enhance the notification. So for the last year, we publicly noticed our monthly virtual community review meetings, and those are meetings where we provide, residents provide feedback. And so in the notification, we share dates, times, and meeting logging information in advance. We started in November of 2023 an electronic email blast right now we have over 2,000 subscribers, and an email is sent prior to the meeting, and it has the agenda, all the events. It shares what neighborhoods are being impacted. And we've also worked with our IT department to have a special event newsletter subscription in our main website, so anyone can go to our main website and subscribe. In addition to that, when we have events that have a higher impact, let's say like National Cycling League, we've gone as far as conducting a webinar, a live webinar that is posted through our social media channels where residents can provide live feedback. In addition to that, we now go even a step further for the events in Lumis Park. We meet individually with ADNA, with ODA, and they review events that are coming down the pipeline so that they have advance notice. And that's what we've done to make sure that those areas, especially in the ADCD that are being impacted with the large-scale events, have enough time to review what's coming down the pipeline.
Thank you, Madam Director. And through the chair, have we created a specific mailing list, like for example, South Beach? If the event is in South Beach, that, let's say, condominium associations or neighborhood associations in South Beach can sign up for the list to be notified of events going before the Special Event Review Committee for South Beach and respectively for Mid Beach and North Beach.
Yes, we do. Through the e-newsletter blast, we do that.
Through the newsletter blast?
Yes, and we communicate with So Be Safe, let's say ADNA, like we mentioned.
Right,
and
but we communicate with those on a regular basis. I want to say, let's say, a neighborhood, a condo association on, let's say, 16th and Lenox, for example. Can they opt into a notification so that they are aware of when something is going to be reviewed at the Special Events Review Committee that affects their neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Have we communicated this to the condo associations and the neighborhood associations?
Thank you. And Francis Vallecio, for the record, Assistant Director, Tourism and Culture. So our permits already have a neighborhood notification that go to neighborhood associations. And this, as Lisette mentioned, again, thank you for your leadership in enhancing that, because our intent was to reach more people than the neighborhood association. And we have found more people are involved now, are communicating. But what we can do is see how we can figure out how to narrow down so that the agendas maybe go out specifically to areas. We don't have it narrowed down to that minutia. Right now, everybody that signs up would get the entire agenda. The agenda is broken up by locations, so the recipient can look and say, nothing is gonna affect my area, I'm not gonna join, which I think was the intent, because although the meetings were publicly noticed with no agenda, a resident wouldn't know, should I join or not?
Right.
So this helps.
Okay, so what I would like to do, Madam Chair, out of respect to the committee's time, is continue the item, because I would like to figure out how we could do something more specific, targeted to areas, so that if a resident a South Beach resident wants to opt into South Beach notifications, that they can, or a condominium association or homeowners association, and also recognizing the turnover in these associations, especially condominium associations. You know, you may have a specific board this year, but next year you might have a different board. So perhaps doing a proactive outreach on a yearly basis, so that they can update their information or opt into receiving these notifications is something I'd like to work with you behind the scenes between now and the next neighborhoods meeting. So I'm happy to continue the item, unless, Madam Chair, you want to recognize any of our colleagues for feedback.
Commissioner Suarez?
Just on the sake of time, we can move forward.
So we'll continue it one more month, and then we'll close it out.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Number.
So you're coming back next month?
Yeah, he wants.
Yes. And I would appreciate if I could review the memo before it publishes publicly.
Of course.
Thank you.
The next item is number 8, and that's update on the asphalt art project on Ocean Drive or any other appropriate location. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, and I'll defer just for a matter of brevity to staff to provide us an update.
Of course, so the item,
Yeah, no, but yeah, I'm gonna defer to Lisette. Oh, no.
so it was last heard in July of 2023, where we discussed at committee 2 possible locations to incorporate asphalt art. We had Collins Park, Liberty Avenue, and also the 200 and 300 blocks of Lincoln Road. Since the item was last heard, the projects, the CIP projects in Collins Park, Liberty Avenue, and on 23rd Street had progressed significantly. So right now, they are no longer a viable location for us to implement asphalt art. We also discussed in July the 200 and 300 block of Lincoln Road, that we can still attempt to activate that area, but we would need to go through the Miami-Dade County Transportation and Public Works Department to receive a permit. Once the permit is approved, the city would then enter into interlocal agreement with the county to allow to install and maintain this temporary project. The timeline would be approximately 6 months. Currently, there are discussions about future potential improvements to Lincoln Road in that specific area, so we would need to additionally explore and see if the project is feasible. We have online Tony Garcia from Street Plans, who was at the meeting in July. He is the expert on asphalt art. He sits on the Bloomberg panel for asphalt art. He's working right now on the Slow Streets project in Flamingo Park. Tony, and you would see in your package, has shared with us his recommendations on a successful application, which is having him and his team identify locations that would possibly and potentially receive county approval. So, Tony, are you online?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
So, Tony, we can go a little bit more into what you believe would.
Listen,
Yes.
I want to be respectful of the chair's time.
Sure, of course.
So ultimately, what is staff's recommendation?
Our recommendation is to engage Street Plans so that we can move forward. There is a financial impact for this, and it could be tailored to reduce the cost, but right now the financial impact would be about $150,000 for us to do a project like this. I think it's a great opportunity to look at locations in North Beach that need beautification, and we can implement a project like this.
So if I read correctly between the lines, it seems like we might not be favorable towards doing the Lincoln Road location?
Right now, we would need to discuss. I know there are other colleagues of mine that are working on possible discussions of Lincoln Road and what's happening there, so I'm not privy to all the details of that. We can apply for that, but however, if you want to make sure that we do receive approval, we would like to also present other locations, not just go to the Lincoln Road location.
And this is approval from?
The county.
From the county in terms of roadway work, but not necessarily funding. It's just the approval because these are street markings due to safety and traffic concerns. Any marking on the roadways does require county approval.
In addition, if you incorporate asphalt art, the street has to be pedestrianized, so you can't. So there's a lot of coordination.
And which is the reason why I wanted us to look at this section of Lincoln Road, because we are working on a master plan for the 100, 200, and 300 blocks of Lincoln Road. We've engaged with the Ritz-Carlton and Sagamore Hotel in a public-private partnership where we've identified potential funding for the 100 block where the city is providing some funding. There's private funding, and we've been able to get an appropriation of 4.5 or 4.8 million that hopefully the governor will sign for that 100 block, but the 200 and 300 blocks remain unfunded, the improvements there. And so I had proposed these two blocks as an option, and this is where it's great to be able to have a conversation with staff before items print on the agenda, just out of respect to the sponsor. And this is going to be my standard moving forward. No item, no agenda with my name unless I review it first. But these 200 and 300 blocks, they're slated to be, hopefully, we want to work with the county on pedestrianizing them, but we don't have the funding yet to elevate the street level and do all the improvement works that would be required as part of that. So at least in the meantime, if we could look into doing some artistic work on the ground to continue the pedestrianism eastward and enhance the beauty of the area was something that I wanted us to explore. But it'd be great to engage with Street Plans and see what other recommendations they bring forward.
So there is a cost to engage Street Plans. We would need direction from the committee of where to go to FERC or back to commission.
And so they not only look at locations, but they also, from my understanding, part of their deliverables, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to meet with the county staff, with the city staff, and make sure that, you know, the conceptual plans, that the review meetings are taking place, and we engage properly with the community, engage with the proper workshops and that type of stuff. They guide the whole process.
That's correct.
And so, colleagues, we're focusing on improving this east end of Lincoln Road. We have a capital project for the west end. I'd like for us to be able to work with street plans, not on identifying other areas. I think this east end of Lincoln Road, it kind of needs revitalization. It needs life. It needs TLC. And this could be part of it. And I'd appreciate the committee's support in advancing this forward to the City Commission.
I'll make a motion to do what he said.
I second that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're moving to the city full, to the full commission. And now we'll go to item number 22. Stephanie, if you'll read that.
Okay, item number 22 is discussion regarding the Hall of Fame review process recommendations. And just an update for the public, the sponsor is going to be changed from Fernandez to full commission because that item was referred to the full commission, and that edit has been made and made public on Novus.
Thank you, Stephanie. So at the September 13th meeting, the 2023 Hall of Fame Committee presented the inductees for the 2023 Hall of Fame. Along with that, they also shared some recommendations to the City Commission. If we have time, if you'd like for me to read them, there are 5, and one is to delete the criteria requiring at least one posthumous honor. Number 2, submitters should be allowed to select multiple categories of expertise on the application form. Number 3, include additional criteria for ineligibility as follows. No family members of sitting elected or appointed public officials shall be eligible for nomination. A moratorium for a period of 3 years after leaving office shall be placed on the nomination of a family member of elected and appointed officials. Number 4, include a preliminary meeting prior to scoring to discuss the candidates being nominated to deem nominees as qualified or not qualified. And number 5, analyze scoring matrix to determine if the average score was fair if a member deemed the nominee as qualified. The commission approved these recommendations and amended the motion to refer Hall of Fame to the neighborhoods meeting to review the process. Simultaneously, Commissioner Fernandez had an item on February 21st City Commission and approved via resolution that the Hall of Fame Committee shall nominate and approve only one inductee every 2 years.
Thank you, Lissette. Yeah, the process last year turned messy and even borderline ugly, which was not the intent of this process to begin with. So I was even questioning whether we should even move forward with this program because of how ugly it turned last year. As the initial sponsor and having a companion item, Commissioner Fernandez, do you have any comments?
So my comments is, okay. I think, how many people did we induct? Have we been inducting? 5.
We had 5.
5. You know, we're a small city, and we all speak about how our population is declining. And if we continue at this rate every 2 years inducting 5 people, you know, the prestige of being on the Hall of Fame, I mean, I hate to say it, it's gonna become like the proclamations. Everyone has a proclamation. It loses value. I really think we should really reserve this for that one individual that truly stands out, because there'll always be one person that really outshines all the others. But, you know, when you open it up to 2 or more, it becomes this competition, well, you know, and this, I just think it just it complicates things. But you'll always have one person that truly just outshines the rest and truly stands heads over heels over others. So my thing is, I think let's just limit it to one person every 2 years, or maybe one person every year. I don't know, but I think when it's one, it's clearer and easier. It'll be an easy decision to make, and I think it becomes less political at that point. So that's what I think. Every 2 years, doing 5 people, you know, in a decade, you'll end up with too many people on that wall.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'll move that to the full
To
commission,
the
one
full
every 2
commission.
years, yeah.
Commissioner Bott?
My understanding, and I wasn't paying super close attention to this because I was running a campaign, but my understanding was that last year on the dais, people were also being nominated and
Yeah.
voting in. So whatever gets put forward, I would suggest that eliminating that as a possibility is number one, because that circumvents the process in its entirety and is wildly, I think, wildly inappropriate.
So if I could
And-
just
and I-
clarify,
yeah.
pardon
And-
me. So all of this was already approved via city commission. So the recommendations were approved, and the nomination of just one was also approved via resolution in February. So
Okay.
it was just,
The nomination and the induction of only one.
Okay.
that's correct.
So then we can just close
And
this
so,
item.
Yes.
and so, and the changes on the process, again, just and succinctly, what is the change in the process again? What are we not doing now?
What we're not doing is we're removing to require at least one posthumous honor. The submitters need to have, I believe, one second. They need to include criteria for ineligibility. No family members of sitting, elected, or appointed public officials shall be eligible for nomination. A moratorium for a period of 3 years after leaving office shall be placed on the nomination of family members of elected and appointed officials. Include a preliminary meeting prior to scoring to discuss the candidates being deemed nominees as qualified or non-qualified, and analyzing scoring matrix to determine if the average score was fair if a member deemed the nominee as not qualified.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Lisette.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
But that, nowhere in there did I hear anything about no nominations from the dais the day of the voting. So
I think
So
we
we
need to
could add that
incorporate
I would
today.
suggest
Absolutely.
that needs to be number one.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move that to the full commission, so that could be voted on there. And then the next, we'll move on to the next item. Stephanie, number 26?
Number 26 is a public works item. Got the mic. Discussion to consider, discussion to rename the Tatum Waterway walkway to Tatum Waterway Nature Trail and consider proposed improvements to revitalize the trail.
Joe Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so there's two parts to this discussion item. One is to rename the Tatum Waterway walkway to the Tatum Waterway Nature Trail, which we completely support. And the second part of that is also the improvements that are needed for the path that goes around the area. The path currently, about 85 to 90% of it is owned by the school board. We're currently in discussions right now with the school board, and we are going to be bringing a resolution to the commission in order for us to take ownership of that path, because that would allow us then to be able to do improvements to reconstruct that path. That path is in pretty bad shape, so it needs a lot of work. We also have a living shoreline project that's already funded for fiscal year '25. And then we're also including in our capital request for this year, for the fiscal year '25, additional funds for the redesign of the path as well, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie, are there any callers on there? I know that Omar from Parkview Island had been the one that initially submitted this.
We don't have any callers with their hands up at the moment.
Okay. So the next step is,
We're proceeding forward. We're working with our city attorney's office right now on drafting the resolution that will come before the full body.
The full commission.
To take ownership of the path. And we've already placed items in the capital plan to proceed forward with design of these improvements.
okay, wonderful. Thank you. So we'll look for it at the full commission. Appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Dominguez, if you would accept a co-sponsor, I'd be happy to join.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's with a positive recommendation?
Yes. Okay, so number 32, Stephanie?
Number 32 is a transportation item, and the title is Discussion on a Potential Pilot Program for a One-Way Conversion of Sheridan Avenue and Royal Palm Avenue from 37th Street to 44th Street, including turn restrictions onto 41st Street during weekday and afternoon peak periods.
Thank you. Transportation Director Jose Gonzalez.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. This item is being sponsored by Commissioner Suarez. I'm not sure if you would like to say a few words.
I let you tee it up.
All right, thank you. So, at the request of Commissioner Suarez, the purpose of this item is to explore a potential pilot in the Bayshore neighborhood area, specifically, it consists of converting Royal Palm Avenue, making that one-way north, and making Sheridan Avenue one-way south to try to alleviate some of the congestion that builds in that area, particularly during afternoon peak periods. As people are trying to exit the city, they're using those avenues to try to get to 41st Street, for the most part, then make a left to go west and exit the city. So the intent behind this pilot is to try to facilitate that traffic flow in the north-south direction, trying to increase the capacity of the roads in the north-south direction, not allowing any turns from those two avenues onto 41st Street. Turns would be made through some of the other avenues, including Chase and Prairie. But Royal Palm and Sheridan would operate one way, no turns onto 41st, to try to facilitate that, particularly the north and south traffic flow. A lot of residents trying to just cross 41st Street, but because of the geometry of the roads, of the avenues approaching 41st Street, if the vehicle at the front wants to make a left, for example, a northbound left turn, all the vehicles behind it have to wait, and that really builds up a queue that extends down to about 37th Street-ish.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Suarez.
Thank you. This is an idea that I wanted to bring forward to the commission, and the Bayshore neighborhood asked me to bring it to neighborhoods, and I believe there needs to be further discussion with the neighborhoods, and I'm totally supportive of that. But generally the idea is, everyone knows that traffic on 41st Street is horrible. I mean, it takes an hour to move a mile, and I mean, I see it myself every day. Traffic backs up on Prairie probably a mile just to get onto 41st Street. And so I think if you are a Miami Beach resident and you were just trying to simply get to South Beach from North Beach, or from South Beach, or from North Beach to South Beach and vice versa, or Mid Beach, you really need a path to get past 41st Street, because that is such a bottleneck. Going west, that's a challenge, right? I mean, there's nothing we can do on the mainland to prevent traffic on 195 or 95, but what this item does is it tries to give relief to people going north and south. And so one of the biggest issues is getting onto 41st Street or crossing 41st Street. And so the reason I picked Sheridan and Royal Palm was because those particular intersections at 41st Street, if you're trying to make a left or a right, if you're trying to go east or west on either of those avenues, you're going to back up traffic behind you. And so it completely stalls traffic. Now, the idea would be that we would have a police presence on both intersections of Royal Palm and Sheridan, where you cannot make a turn onto 41st Street. You can only travel north or south across 41st Street. In reality, it's almost like having a bridge without the actual bridge. And so, I think that this is certainly not a solution to the problem. I mean, this is really just a Band-Aid. And I think from what we've seen over the years, traffic across 41st Street is only getting worse. And so what I'm trying to propose is a relief valve for people traveling north and south across 41st Street. And so, I propose, I believe, Jose, if you correct me if I'm wrong, 37th Street to 42nd or 43rd, so that you have enough traffic flow. And between those two streets, instead of having it one way, I would open up all lanes to go north and south. And so, I'm going to be engaging the neighborhoods a little bit more. And I'm hoping that, we can do this as a pilot program, perhaps 6 months during the busiest time of the year where traffic does back up miles around 41st Street. And then we'll see. I think the status quo right now, that we can't accept that. And it's not getting better, it's just getting worse. And so I think we can try this and see where it takes us and get feedback from the residents, who especially live around the area, just trying to cross. And so I'm happy to hear from my colleagues on the idea.
I have a question.
Sure.
So it's a 6-month pilot, and you'd like for it to start in the busiest time. So the busiest time would be probably August when school starts. And
I think.
did you have a different idea?
Well, Jose, the way I envision it is we would want, I think before the season gets busy, maybe do it a month before so that people can get accustomed to it. So once the traffic does start to build up to, inordinate amounts of traffic, people already know the system and saying, okay, this is what I'm going to take. I'm going to leave that up to you to decide. I don't, you're the transportation professional, and you let's have a dialogue on that of when you think this should start. I mean, do you have an idea of when it should start?
Absolutely. I think actually starting during the off-peak season is probably a good thing to ease the community, ease the drivers into this. Absolutely, education is going to play a huge role, outreach as well. Coordination with Miami-Dade County will be essential as well. That always takes some time to do. We actually had a preliminary conversation with the county, and they spelled out some parameters that they'd like to see. So they requested us to put together a tech memo, if you will, with the parameters of the pilot project. So we'll be putting that together in the county's lingo, so to speak, and then we'll await their feedback.
How much time do you need for it to go back to the full commission?
Well, if we want to get at least started on just defining this pilot a bit more, which I think it needs some more definition in terms of the parameters. Some of the things that we look at, for example, on any pilot, we call the 6 E's. The engineering aspects, the evaluation, how are we going to evaluate success, measure success, the educational component that I mentioned, enforcement. As the commissioner mentioned, this will also take some public safety specialists on the ground, certainly early on at the onset of the pilot, to make sure people don't go in the wrong direction and that sort of thing. Emergency response is something the county's going to look at as well. They're going to want to know how our police and fire department feel about this traffic flow modification, and equity. Who's being impacted, who's being both positive from a positive perspective as well as from a negative perspective. It's important to define all this and then test it if ultimately that's what the county agrees. So there's a little bit of work that needs to be done in terms of defining the pilot, shaping it up, putting it together for county review and approval. That in and of itself will take a little bit of time. But I think rolling out the pilot during the off-peak is certainly, I think, possible.
Yeah, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
First and foremost, I commend Commissioner Suarez to try to solve a problem that everybody complains about, and there's very little we can do. It's very frustrating to get the complaints, so many people stuck in traffic. Before we move forward with the county, here's what I would ask. Can we please do a public charrette to let the neighbors know that what this idea is? I would mail all of that neighborhood and let them weigh in. I would do it at the golf course. I think we should all be present. And only then, when we kind of get the buy-in and you explain it to everybody and see how the neighborhood feels, then you can go move forward and make their street a one-way street, and they can't turn on to 41st Street, which could result in serious outcry if we do something like this without talking to the homes it will affect. So I would make a motion to continue forward on the path, but in the interim, do a charrette, a public charrette. How do you guys feel about that?
Vice Chair.
So, yes, and I think there needs to be greater discussion with the community for sure. But I think what Jose is saying is that he wants to better define the parameters, and I think that's important before we go to a charrette. And so maybe we move the item, maybe we continue the item to the next meeting, and then you have a better definition of how it would look. Obviously, help you with that, and then at the next meeting, maybe we call, or maybe now we call a charrette to take place in 2 months from now.
Okay, Commissioner Bott?
Yeah, let me step into the role of institutional memory on this. I lived in Bay Shore for the first 13 years that I lived here, and there was an attempt to try to manage things like this. I don't remember what the original purpose was, but the net effect was you couldn't turn onto 41st from some of the streets. I think it was Chase, which meant that the entire neighborhood, not just some streets, but the entire neighborhood was backed up for miles. I remember coming out to the end of my driveway, coffee in hand, and, we're just watching at the fact that nobody could go anywhere. I love the idea of turning two-way streets into one-way streets. I think that is a very, I saw it in Mexico City, I've seen it in Atlanta. I think that's a great thing for us to be looking at creatively to try to address our issues. I think there is a way to find a thoroughfare that might go through to be the bridge without a built bridge, which I love that idea. But I would really strongly, Jose, I think I don't know if it was before your time or you just, I don't remember, but it was disastrous. Let me just tell you, you won't get to 6 months. So I urge you, I think the idea is great, but I urge you to have the conversations now before, because if you talk to people on the ground, they can say, you know what, nobody actually uses this one street, so that would be the great street to use, whatever it is. But have the conversations now before we start spinning our wheels, no pun intended, and then we can get to what the right vision for this, which is a great idea, can be.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez, thank you so much for looking into this, because there's nothing that affects this neighborhood more right now than traffic. And I live right there. I live, the corner of Chase and Alton. And so, I can't be home after 3 p.m. because it'll be impossible for me to get out of my driveway. In fact, there are times, if I need to get back home for whatever reason to go back out after 3 p.m. and I happen to be at City Hall, I'll just walk from City Hall to my house.
I've seen you walking.
You've seen me walking there, yeah. I'll just walk because it'll be quicker for me to walk during certain times of the day than to drive. In the morning, it'll take me, 6 minutes approximately to get from my house to City Hall. And by car, sometimes in the afternoon, it can take me over 30 minutes just because traffic is that bad. So I think this effort is certainly very much appreciated. I do think that the charrette is a good idea. I did receive a lot of questions from my neighbors about this. Some were positive questions, leaning in a positive direction. Some were hesitant questions. And so I think it's good to have a community meeting so that we're successful in whatever we do. The residents understand the dynamic of that area well. I know a number of residents were concerned of unintended consequences of shifting certain traffic from Sheridan Avenue over to Royal Palm. Royal Palm being a safe route to school, I believe. Jose, correct me if I'm wrong. A few residents did mention that to me. I don't know, is Royal Palm a safe route to school?
I don't believe it is, Commissioner. Prairie, I think, provides that direct access to the schools, to Miami Beach Senior High on the south and North Beach Elementary on the north. But Royal Palm, I don't believe that is a safe route to school. There are plans to calm traffic on Royal Palm. A neighborhood greenway is proposed for Royal Palm.
And maybe that's what the residents were referring to.
Neighborhood greenway?
Yeah, and I think residents wanted to float out some ideas of maybe, discussing, okay, which one of the two roads would be the northbound, which one would be the southbound? Do you limit access, from the southernmost point of Sheridan Avenue during certain times? I think it's an idea that still needs to be discussed a little bit more from the community. If not, I fear that what could be a good idea would be just a knee-jerk opposition if there's no further discussions with the neighborhoods. So I kind of like Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's idea to move this forward first by having a charrette with the neighbors before we have some other public discussion, because I just fear a good idea being killed prematurely.
Okay, Vice Mayor, how do you want to wrap this up?
I would support that. I've never, what is the process of a charrette? And before that, I have a quick slide to show just a representation, so for those who are watching, PJ, if you can, yeah. So that's generally of what my idea would be. 37th Street to 44th, you would turn instead of one-way lanes, it would be all lanes, either going south or north. So how does a charrette work, Jose?
Well, we would work with our communications department to schedule that, to coordinate it and schedule it. And then during the charrette, we would present the plan, still at a concept level.
Okay.
I think it would be good to obtain the input from the community. So it's not going to be a plan that's set in stone, but with some parameters already that may be adjusted as a result of the charrette.
So can a committee give direction to start?
We have a motion and a second, and everyone has indicated support for it. The administration doesn't necessarily need commission approval to go ahead and do that. If they wanted it, you could send it back to the commission to get that, but the transportation department can just go forward with doing them on its own without just on your suggestion.
Okay.
You can't order it, but they can.
Any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment at this time.
Okay.
Okay, so strongly suggested.
And then it's coming back when?
I thought it's going to move to the commission for a charrette vote, for a discussion on charrette,
No, we're gonna do a charrette, and it's gonna come back
and
here.
then come back here. Okay, so June?
June.
Yeah.
June?
Yeah.
Okay, does that work?
Sounds good. And thank you. That's creative thinking outside the box.
Item number 12,
Thank you.
Stephanie?
Item number 12 is also a transportation item, and it is discuss rusty traffic lights on South Beach.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. So, Jose, I was walking around the historic district and I was looking up at our lights, our traffic lights, and they're just in bad shape. They are rusty, they are old, they're unsightly. Who is in charge of those lights, and what is the process for replacing them so they look nice and beautiful and new? Because it is part of, when the lights are rusted and in bad shape, the rest of it sets a bad tone. You just don't realize it. So were you able to do an inventory and see which ones were bad, good, other, given that this has been here for almost a year on the agenda?
Yes. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, committee members, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. Commissioner, as you mentioned, yes, we worked with FDOT to assess the conditions of the traffic signal mast arms, because as you pointed out, there are many that just don't have a good look to them. They're peeling and they're rusting. The mast arms are maintained predominantly on along the state roads by FDOT. The county also maintains mast arms on their roadways, but the majority of the mast arms that don't look good are on state roads, along Collins, for example. And that's just a function of our geography. We're close to water wherever we go. So that very corrosive and aggressive environment really takes a toll on the traffic signal mast arms, especially if they're old, they've been there for many years, or they're painted. The paint starts to peel off. One of the things that FDOT brought to our attention is that from their perspective, there's a difference between a rusty mast arm, something that does not look good, and a corroded mast arm that is structurally deficient, that has damage, which can pose a threat to life safety. They treat those mast arms with the highest priority, and they have found some in our city, and even over the last few years, they've replaced some of those. specifically very recently at the intersection of Collins and 10th, there are 4 mast arms, because there's one for every direction of traffic. All 4 are rusted, but FDOT only replaced 1, because that one that they replaced they found was structurally deficient, and that poses a life safety risk. So that's the only. But we went back to them and we said, can you guys take a look at this and assess in our city the condition of the mast arms, which they did, and that survey is part of this item. There's actually let's see, a total of, I want to say, one sec. 47 intersections throughout the city that have mast arms that are rusted. And so what FDOT is amenable to doing is to, they'll work through their work program process to try to identify funding to replace the mast arms at these 47 intersections that are rusted. They will prioritize the list. I don't think this list that's part of this item is in priority order, but they will prioritize the intersections, and then we'll work with them to identify funding to replace them as part of their 5-year work program.
So, thank you, Jose. So far, we've identified 47 intersections. We replaced 1 mast arm. What I'd like to do is bring this back in 6 months and see, and get an update to see how many we have replaced, because I think the more pressure that we place on FDOT to beautify the mast arms and replace those that are corroded. I have a question. Is there no material that they can place there that's strong enough to not rust or peel? If you walk around the historic district, it's not something you pay attention to often, but if you do have the opportunity to look up, you'll see the decline and the deterioration of these huge metal mast arms, and they just set a tone that we really don't care about the city. So I know it's something small, but if you guys are okay with it, let's just keep the kind of pressure up, and in 6 months we'll get an update, and that way we know that our transportation's actively working with FDOT to beautify and replace.
Thank you. So we'll bring this back in September. Commissioner Magazine.
I would say, while it may seem small, I think some of these initiatives that we've taken up over the past few months have been some of the things that have resonated most well with residents. Just driving here from the press conference earlier today, down Collins Avenue, in my golf cart, somebody shout out, "Hey, this city looks amazing." Kid you not. So it's those little things that I think we're doing that are felt the most. So kudos.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Jose.
Okay. Stephanie, item 13.
Item 13 is transportation discussion regarding a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, urging Miami-Dade County to evaluate the county's current configuration of the Belle Isle right-of-way and traffic signals on the Venetian Way at the intersection of Century Lane and Island Avenue, and to identify funding to accomplish the refiguration of the right-of-way and traffic intersection as expeditiously as possible, and thereby improve traffic safety and traffic flow at the intersection. Further directing the city's Transportation and Mobility Department to work with Miami-Dade County on potential options for the configuration of the intersection. And we have Jose that will present.
Thank you, Stephanie. This item dates back to late 2022, when the City Commission, back in October of 2022, passed a resolution urging the county to work with the city on a potential reconfiguration of the intersection of Belle Isle, Century Lane, and Island Avenue. If you're familiar with that intersection, it's a tricky intersection. Operationally, it is deficient. It's confusing to navigate. It has some sort of a circle, which is not a circle, and often gets blocked and creates gridlock there as people are trying to get into and out of Belle Isle. So it's been a problematic intersection. We've been working with the county to develop a couple of different alternatives to try to improve the flow at that intersection. The county developed two alternatives. The two alternatives were shared with the Belle Isle Resident Association as well as the Standard Hotel. We held a community meeting to get input, and the alternative that was supported was what we call DTPW Alternative 2. That's just the County Department of Transportation and Public Works Alternative 2, which primarily consists of a cul-de-sac at that intersection of Century Lane and Island Avenue, the cul-de-sac would cut access from Island Avenue to Venetian Way. So for example, if you're leaving the Standard Hotel, you would not be able to just go through that little circle that's there today to access the Venetian Causeway. There would be a cul-de-sac. You would exit the Standard Hotel, you would go around the cul-de-sac, and then back east towards Island Avenue East and the Venetian Causeway, and then you can access the Venetian Causeway there. So in essence, what it does is take some traffic, some of the movements which are conflicting and confusing to drivers, takes them out of that intersection on the west side and puts it on the east side. So it sort of divides that traffic and should make things better. So that's the preferred alternative. Then the conversations turn towards who should fund it and who should design it and who should build it. We advocated that the county, because the Venetian Causeway is a county roadway, and this alleviates and helps the operations of that intersection on the Venetian Causeway, we advocated that they fund and manage the project, and they have, I'm pleased to say that they have agreed to that. They have fully funded the project at this time. Design is scheduled to begin in the third quarter of this year, so later this year in 2024. And construction is also funded and scheduled to begin towards the end of 2025. So that's about a year or so away. But at least, you know, the project is on track to begin design this year and then construction.
Is there any commission action that needs to take place? Or is this just an update?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Can you give us an LTC with an update in 6 months?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, the next item
And
is.
the item is concluded
MBNA,
in committee.
Concluded, right. Everyone okay with that? Yeah. Okay, there is a time certain, I'll let Stephanie read the MBNA request for a time certain.
We have item 11, discussion to review the listed concerns and observations collected by the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association and the Beach Walks Working Group. And I will tell you right now.
I want to do that to my colleagues.
Commissioner Fernandez is the sponsor.
Okay, if you'd tee it up, Commissioner Fernandez, and I know we have MBNA online to talk about this as well. Or if you want Tom to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear from MBNA.
Okay, we have Alicia Casanova.
Yes, good afternoon. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name's Alicia Casanova. I am a board member of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. The MBNA represents condominiums and hotels along Collins Avenue and Indian Creek Drive, bordered on the south by 24th Street and extending north to 63rd Street. So the MBNA has been advocating for several years for the following. Number one, enforcement of no motorized vehicles on the beach walk. MBNA members continue to be very concerned about the safety of beach walk users. We continue to see e-bikes and scooters traveling at excessive speeds on the beach walk, which one day may result in the tragedy that recently occurred in Key Biscayne. We have seen very few violations issued in the past year. We urge the city to assign additional beach patrols in golf carts, not police vehicles, that can be in radio contact with each other and with code enforcement so that appropriate violations are issued, not just warnings. Number two, an alternate beach pedestrian path, not a bike path, should be created east of the dunes to offer pedestrians the option of using a safe beachfront walking area made of compacted sand. This option for pedestrians will certainly be an asset to our city, especially when the beach walk is crowded with bicycles and other users. Number three, we urge the city to continue installing the white center line and directional arrow paver markings and install more stay right, no motorized vehicles signage going north from 24th Street, where these currently end. And finally, number four, We also urge the city to allocate funding to install new round concrete garden stools on beach entry areas that don't have these seating options. These would match the ones that were recently installed on Indian Creek Drive. Additionally, we continue to advocate for video surveillance cameras to be installed throughout the entire stretch of our beach walk, not just South Beach. So we hope the city allocates funding for this as well. Thank you for your continued support, commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. And so I think, you know, there's a lot of asks here. And I think, you know, we have to, you know, think of the needs of every neighborhood. And we certainly want to continue to be accommodating at the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, as we want to be at the South of Fifth and Ocean Drive and Art Deco and Flamingo Park and West Avenue and Bayshore and Nautilus and Allison Park and the other North Shore Neighborhood Associations. We have a lot of neighborhood associations to share with. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't we already vote on the pedestrian path to ask staff to look at the regulatory process? And last meeting, yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So we are already working on creating a hard pack path east of the dunes, and we directed staff, specifically, I believe Amy Knowles' office might be looking into that on the process that we have to engage with RER and other state agencies to be able to create a path for pedestrians east of the dunes. So we're working on that already. I think always our top priority is always public safety, and anything that we can do to enhance patrols, not only for criminal issues, but also for issues of motorized vehicles, and make sure that we continue to enforce on motorized vehicles. We want to make sure that we're doing that. So I just want to know, what is the recommendation from staff as it relates to patrol issues?
I'm going to refer that to police.
And again, I said it before in the meeting, I love that certain members of the administration get the opportunity to sign off on these items before they appear on the agenda. I think just as a courtesy to all sponsors of an item, our names appear on these items too. And before anything gets printed on the agenda with our names on it, I want to see it before it appears on the agenda. Madam Chair, I don't know how you feel about that. For same colleagues, do you all feel the same about that? Commissioner Bott, I see you nodding. Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, Kristen, do you feel the same? Yeah. Commissioner Wilson. So, you know, please, just before these items get on the agenda, I'm so happy the city manager gets to read them and sign off on them. But ultimately, it's our name that's on this. And I want to be able to see these memos before my name gets published on the agenda. Because, you know, like right now, I don't know what your recommendation is. How do you guys feel about extra patrols for the beach walk, and do you guys support this? Is it a need? Where are we? Because the memo doesn't tell me anything.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Deputy Chief Paul Acosta on behalf of the Police Department. For us, any type of police presence along the beach walk would be an improvement to what is to our current patrol standards. Our mid-beach captain already has parking walks out on the beach as well, and when we have staffing, she allows for ATV patrols out there in addition to that. As an example, one of the details that she has in the evening time captured a homicide subject back on Valentine's Day because of these proactive beach patrols. So for us, it's always an added measure for us, and we would always recommend that.
Okay. What I would like us to do, because we have a separate item, which is item number 20, which has to do with MBPD efforts to patrol the mid-beach area east of the Indian Creek Waterway. This is kind of a very unique geographic area. What I'd like us to do is perhaps discuss the patrol aspect of the request from MBNA for the beach walk together with item number 20. So, you know, let's bring Jose to the podium. Is Jose present? Yes. Well, when we got there. Jose, yes. Yes.
Are you
Right, yes,
combining
sir.
with this item 20?
That is the chair's prerogative to call up items, and I don't think the chair has called up item number 20, where I think
I'm
we're in
happy to
item
call
number
it
11.
together, if we could hear the items together, and since MBNA is on, there's also a dog park item, number 23. But yeah, item 20 will be heard now, followed by 23, which is also an MBNA item.
Jose, one of the requests from MBNA was regarding the white-centered line, which seems like a reasonable request from my perspective as a user of the beach walk. It just seems that it's better when we define northbound, a separation between northbound and southbound traffic. From your perspective, has that delineation served a good public purpose? Have there been unintended consequences? Is this something that should be continued further north?
Through the chair,
Yes.
Commissioner, the pilot, which was from 15th Street to 24th Street, has been successful. We've received generally positive feedback. For those who are not familiar with the pilot, it's very simple. All it does is it asks users to stay to the right, whether you're a bicyclist or you're a pedestrian. There's signage, there are arrows on the pavement, and there's a white line down the center of the beach walk. And we ask users to just follow the rules of the road, which is to stay to the right. And it's been received with just general very positive feedback. So our goal is to do that throughout the entire stretch, the 7 miles of the beach walk, and depending on funding, if we can even extend that further through the Cut Walk and the Bay Walk up to 5th and Alton by this summer. To do that, our plan, and we're working with a contractor, getting quotes to do that by this summer.
I'm sorry, you're going to go further south?
Further south and further north, the
Further
entire
north.
7-mile stretch.
The entire, by this summer?
This summer is our goal to implement.
To implement, and
Yes.
complete by when?
So we don't have a schedule as yet from the contractor, but generally, I mean, this is just striping work, so it's pretty quick once the contractor gets going. I don't have a schedule from a contractor yet. We're in the process of
And this is
engaging the
work,
contractor.
this is work that's already budgeted as part of our,
Yes.
okay, so we're
Yes.
moving forward. I would encourage you, because as you go further south, it becomes a little bit easier because you have a release valve. Number one, you have hard packed sand further south. So, I see a lot of times pedestrians and runners go on the hard packed sand. You also have the promenade that becomes a release valve as well to all the traffic and congestion that you get in other parts. You have the dedicated bicycle lane with the armadillos, so now you have those vehicles that can go there as well, away from the beach walk. You also have the sidewalk, that goes down Ocean Drive. So you kind of, have a different dynamic once you go further south. What I would do is I would encourage you, to the extent possible, let's prioritize first north, mid-beach up to North Beach, where you don't have that expansion that you have further south. So I would like to encourage you, let's prioritize first the mid-beach portion of it, because they don't have the extra sidewalk, they don't have the promenade, they don't have the dedicated bicycle lane, they don't have the hard packed sand that exists further south. So let's try to, if you can, prioritize the mid-beach and the areas further north, and then focus on the areas further south to the extent possible. And I see Henry Stoller standing there, and I'm sure he's going to be upset at me.
I have public comment already.
Okay, and so then, as it relates to, the funding for the flower, the concrete flower pots, I think that's something that I'm going to work separately with the administration on that to see the feasibility of it, to install these concrete flower pots and the funding that it would require. So I want to work on that a little bit more before we move forward on that. So I'll bring a separate item on that. As it relates, since the chair called item number 20, let's talk about the patrols. Because item number 20 relates to creating a section dedicated exclusively for the Mid-Beach area, from, I guess, 24th Street all the way to about 60th Street. Talk to me about the feasibility of creating a new section of our area. And the reason why I brought this up is that your ability to have officers in Mid-Beach on the west part of the Indian Creek Waterway and having them respond to an emergency, to a crisis, to a traffic accident, to a situation east of the waterway, oftentimes becomes difficult because you have limited access points. You can get over on 41st Street, you can get over on 63rd Street, but then you have almost a 2-mile stretch where you basically have no connectivity, very limited connectivity to cross from the west side to the east side of the Indian Creek Waterway. And so residents have expressed the request and the desire to see, okay, can we just have a section, our own area for that Mid-Beach section that's east of the waterway, so that you have dedicated presence there. Could also help with the enforcement of like the issues that we constantly see of FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, and all these other trucks blocking traffic. Can also address the issues of the visibility that we need on the beach walk and that type of stuff. And that's not to say, that's not a criticism. That's not to say that you guys are not doing work now. You guys certainly are. But I think the desire is to see, can we create an area dedicated with police officers for this very high density area of our city, highly trafficked, not just with cars, but with pedestrians on the beach walk? Can we create our own section of police dedicated to that area?
Good afternoon again, Commissioner. For us, our allocation of resources in Mid-Beach are spread out. It's a large area that we cover, and we have limited resources in Mid-Beach, some of which are assigned to specific neighborhoods due to higher propensity of crime and things of that nature. Certainly, any allocation of resources or assignment to a sector portion of the beach can be done from our current allocation. But I don't want to speak to exactly the operational portion of it unless I involve the operations commander, because he is aware of where his resources are at, and I don't want to say something that perhaps will go contrary to where he has allocations right now.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, could we recognize Major Robinson?
Yes, and there's also somebody that's waiting on Zoom. I'd like to hear public comment from that person, if you don't mind. Let's do that real quick, and then we'll hear from Major Robinson.
Okay, if we could have Michael unmuted. Michael, you have 2 minutes.
Hi there. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm a frequent user, Miami Beach resident of the Ocean Walk, both riding my beach cruiser, pedal bike, and running. And I would just support the Mid-Beach's assertion that we need to enforce the existing rule that prohibits motorized vehicles. The Marine Protection Waterfront Committee discussed this, and part of the problem seems to be that Park Patrol is mainly responsible for talking to people about this, but they don't have any power to give out citations. And although they've given out a number of warnings, that doesn't create change in behavior. And so if you could have code compliance give out some tickets that cost people some money and will create change, we might see a real turnabout in the people speeding through there on their e-bikes and scooters, which really is the public safety aspect that I think people are worried about, and makes people want to have alternate paths out on the beach. I'm not sure it requires a police presence to do that. So again, I think using code compliance wisely would be really smart in this circumstance. The other thing as you consider another beach path is that as I ride up in Bell Harbor and Surfside, they do have 2 different paths, and I find that walkers pretty much tend to stay on the shared path with the bikes because of shade issues. You often see that the walk paths are completely empty and the bike paths, the shared path, is still the one that's preferred. So you might want to explore how much that costs and if it's really going to be used. But in any case, if you could really enforce the existing rules with code compliance or police if necessary, I think that would create a lot of change and help the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And Henry Stoller, do you want to have your comment, please?
Thank you. Henry Stoller, 1500 Ocean Drive. On item 11, MBNA wrote 14 months ago, our members continue to be very frustrated with the lack of enforcement on the beach walk. We continue to see electric bicycles and scooters and speeding cyclists on a daily basis. Nothing has changed in those 14 months. There is no meaningful enforcement taking place out there. And if you look at the numbers, as reported by Code Compliance, on pages 192 and 193 of your agenda package, you will see that putting those two tables together over a period of 17 months ended at the end of last month, February 29th, one violation has been issued. One. Now, I'll tell you what is happening out there. They are waving people off the beach walk if they're transporting themselves by motorized vehicle. No record is made, no warning is issued. There is no way to find out whether they come back, as they all do, repeatedly. So nothing is happening out there, and that's just the hard fact. The ejection and removal from the beach walk, which is all they're doing, is completely ineffective. So you've got Code Compliance's own numbers before you to show one violation issued. Who knows what the total picture is? This is not a bifurcated enforcement picture. This is a trifurcated enforcement picture. Enforcement is divided up between the police, Code Compliance, and park rangers. All together, I am telling you from personal observation, multiple times a week, covering the entire beach walk, no meaningful enforcement is
Thank you,
taking
Mr.
place.
Stoller. We haven't called item number 11 yet. We will in a little bit, and we'll hear from Code at that time. And now, Major Robinson, please.
I'm sorry, I thought Alicia spoke on.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ian Robinson. I'm currently the Major in charge of patrol operations. So, Commissioner Fernandez, to address your concern and the committee's concern, I agree with you. It's not a bad idea to have dedicated resources over in the mid-beach area. I'll be honest with you that we were a little confused when we got this. We weren't sure whether you were talking about the entire middle district or whatever, our entire middle area that's commanded by Shannon Madison, Captain Madison, or whether it was mid-beach. So you cleared that up a few minutes ago when we were talking about just the mid-beach association from 24th Street up to 63rd Street, Indian Creek and Collins Avenue. There is a transit time, obviously.
Let me
Go ahead,
just
sir.
correct you. It's not based on neighborhood association, because it's the neighborhood association is respective. This is a geographic area that is
Correct.
harder to reach to because of the lack of connectivity between an almost 2-mile stretch.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I know it as that's the Mid-Beach Association's jurisdiction or boundaries that
No,
they cover
I'm
in
sorry,
there?
no, let me stop you there.
Okay,
Associations don't have jurisdictions.
Okay.
City commissions have jurisdictions.
okay,
City managers have jurisdictions. We are not governed by neighborhood associations. We are governed by a city commission.
okay. The area, the area between 24th Street and 63rd Street, Collins and Indian Creek, can we do a better job of having resources over there? I agree with you, 100% we can. It takes resources to do that, and we'll ask in our budget enhancements coming up. We can get more resource over there. I came up with a plan to have an additional 12 officers over there to give you 24/7 coverage on that side of the waterway. But that's gonna take time and getting cops over here, whatever. In the interim, what I can proffer is, I can speak with Captain Madison about having a couple officers as their launching pad over there. That's where they would be. That wouldn't stop them from getting an emergency call over on the other side of the waterway though, but at least that could be some sort of pad that's over there. That's what we can do and look into immediately.
So let me, through the chair, and thank you for that. Perhaps we could work on a plan that we can take back to the city commission on what creating an area would look like there, so that maybe we can prioritize it as part of the budget process. If this committee feels it would be prudent and beneficial to have a dedicated area of our police department with dedicated officers for this area east of the waterway, and hopefully so that we can prioritize these resources as part of the budget process that we're gonna go into.
Commissioner, so can we move this item to the May budget retreat with the discussion of the resources and?
Yeah, it'll be great to move with the support of this committee.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
second.
Yeah, well, I can't make a
Oh.
motion.
Oh, can I?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I'll second. Yes.
So I love everything that I'm hearing. I'd be happy to work on this as well with you if in any way that's possible. I co-sponsor if you.
Sure. I
I
welcome
would
that.
also love to see this conversation extend, not stop at the 63rd Street boundary of the MBNA, but go all the way up to 73rd Street and beyond. We have just purchased, or in the process of purchasing, a new facility. One of the things that would be great to do is to have a little outpost. I know we have a substation in North Beach on Indian Creek, but that is not as useful to these kinds of things as we would need. And using that space for a police outpost or whatever, or a code outpost or whatever the right use is, but have boots on the ground right there. I will tell you that as a very frequent, although not recently, runner and biker on the beach walk, starting from Ocean Terrace and either heading up to the cut or heading south to the other cut, I literally chased down a full-on motorcycle, not a Vespa, not in anything else, but a motorcycle with a passenger who told me to F off when I said, dude, you cannot do this, and then gunned it. And I know that I've seen people tell the, folks that they have to get off, whether they're on a speeding bike. In parts of the beach walk, you're not even supposed to be on a bike, or weren't supposed to be, and they just come off and then come back on. And more recently, we are seeing people who are delivering for Uber Eats and other delivery services using the beach walk because it's infinitely safer than, God forbid, riding a bike or a scooter on the roads right now. I have a micromobility issue item coming back to this committee in April, which is a much bigger issue. It's a huge federal, national, and state issue. So we're not going to have a single bullet to address all of these things, but it is a big, big, big conversation that we're going to need to figure out. I think the additional beach path is going to help, but the other thing is I've been working with a working group since basically the week after I was sworn in to address some of these similar issues in other parts of the city. So where people are not allowed to be on wheels on Lincoln Road, there was a whole outreach program for a few weeks where we educated people. We're working with hotels to educate people that you can't ride in certain places, you can't use your electric vehicles in certain places. So there's a lot already that's going on, and I'm not sure what the best way is to communicate it. Maybe we'll
Right.
do a
Thank you.
LCC and share it with everybody.
So,
up to
item 20 will be sent to the May workshop, budget workshop, so that we can find money for that.
So item 20 as
Right,
relates
so
to.
number 14, I'm not clear where that's going.
Number 14.
It's
We
at
called number
11.
Was it 14?
11.
We haven't called 11.
You did call 11 and then joined 20 with it.
Okay, sorry.
And-
So then 11, we haven't heard
So,
from.
well, yeah, and
Code.
on 11, we've already, provided the direction, or not direction, we made a recommendation at our last meeting on the pedestrian path. We heard back from Jose Gonzalez and the Transportation Department on extending the white-centered line. I'm going to work separately on the request for the flower pots, the concrete flower pots, because I think that's a little bit different. That's not a public safety matter. That's kind of like an aesthetic enhancement. I think a lot of the concerns that were raised to us by Alicia on item number 11, we've kind of
already worked through?
addressed, yes.
Thank you,
And the
Commissioner.
patrols through item number 20 that we're going to refer to the May budget workshop. And what I'd like to do is work with police, code enforcement, and park rangers to see what the needs are for that area east of the waterway.
Okay, thank you. So then item 11 is
Thank you.
closed. And then the next item that has to do with MBNA is item number 23. Stephanie?
Item 23 is a Parks and Rec item, and it is discuss the creation of a dog park at 36th Street and Collins Avenue at the request of Mid Beach Neighborhood Association.
Good afternoon, committee members. John Rebar, Parks and Recreation Director. We received an email from MBNA while this meeting was taking place. If I read that email correctly, it might be best to defer this item, waiting to hear more information from them. I'm sorry, is MBNA still on the line? Because maybe they just want to speak for the email they sent.
Alicia is raising her hand right now.
Let's hear from them.
Okay. If we could unmute Alicia?
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Let me briefly read the statement here regarding the dog park, which we like to say is a dog-friendly area. A dog park at 36th Street was initially requested by various dog owner residents who live along Collins Avenue and past this grassy area on their way to the beach walk. The area currently is underutilized, behind a parking lot, and in between two not-in-use properties. The budget that was proposed by the city and the initial renderings of a large black gate would not be aligned with the community's branding of art and culture. We want an amenity that allows for a positive and enjoyable experience for both dogs and their owners, with the basic elements of security, play, and water in an aesthetic that matches the neighborhood. It doesn't need to be expensive, and at this time, we're not asking for more funds to be allocated, but it would require a bit more consideration than what was previously presented. The MBNA has held numerous meetings with their members and community stakeholders. As a result, a neighboring property has contracted a landscape architect to help articulate MBNA's vision. Dog parks are specifically designed and designated areas for off-leash dogs, while dog-friendly areas are public spaces allowing dogs with dog-friendly amenities, such as waste disposal, water fountains, toys, etc. The MBNA is advocating for a better use of the green space by developing a dog-friendly area at 36th Street, designed through public-private partnership and built by the city. Thank you.
John, I have a question. So Alicia just said that they're not asking for more money to construct the dog park. Like, what needs to happen?
Well, first of all, there's no money allocated for this. This was
Okay.
exploratory, and what we did was we priced out a typical off-leash dog area, which she described, which is usually fencing with a double gate system. They're saying that they'd like to do something different instead of doing an off-leash dog area, if I'm hearing them correctly, but a dog-friendly area, maybe a multi-use green space. I also heard a public-private partnership mentioned there as well. So I think the best thing here is to see what the neighboring property comes with from a design. We could earmark 170 that we have in there now to go forward to the budget process, and it would be considered amongst all your priorities for capital projects for next year.
Okay. I think we should close this item, and then, because public-private partnership and all that, that's completely different. So we'll close this item, and then something new can come back once there's more details. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Number 24 is also yours. Stephanie?
Okay.
By the way, that was my item.
Oh, gosh.
But staff deferred it, so it's fine. Staff deferred it.
Okay, we have number 24, discuss the Miami Beach Commission for Women's recommendation for the city to find a permanent location for the year-round exhibition of the Women's History Month placard recently displayed in the Lumis Park area during March of 2023.
Okay, and I think I had gotten that item from an LTC from the Commission for Women. What is the staff's recommendation?
We're recommending Brittany Bay Park. We can do a permanent, you've probably all been there. It's recently been renovated and reopened. It's beautiful. It's waterfront. And we've looked at several parks, and we're recommending to do a permanent installation at Brittany Bay.
I'll make a motion to move it to the full commission.
Okay. Holly, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
All
Who's
right.
seconding?
I'll yeah, Joe, Commissioner Magazine will second it.
And then by acclamation?
Yes. Now, number 25.
Number 25 is a Parks and Recreation item, explore the installation of a children's splash pad in the spoil area by Lumis Park.
I believe this was sent by Mayor Minor as a concept to put a children's splash pad in Lumis Park, which any additional amenity is great. Now, we do have an adopted vision plan for Lumis Park. I'm not sure how this fits in with that adopted plan. The price would be significant to do it right. Probably, we are estimating starting about $718,000. I don't know how far you want me to get into this concept. So I think the first thing is knowing that we have a vision plan, knowing that it's a pretty hefty price tag. What do you want staff? What do you would you like us to work on next?
I mean, it does sound like a big price tag. It's something that the mayor wanted. I would recommend we move it to the May budget cycle so that the full commission can discuss it there and either continue or close it at that time. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I mean, I think a splash pad is great, but we don't even have lighting in Lumis Park. And I would like to see us spend money on, instead of designing asphalt and a splash pad, which is wonderful, we need to light that area. If we were gonna spend $1 million, I don't know what happened. I don't know if Eric Carpenter, Eric, do you remember when we did the citywide lighting survey in like 2017? What happened to that? Where, I know that this is different from this item and we can move it to the full commission, but we did this. You have an item on this too.
I do.
I just want to understand what, because if we have the $718, I would move right now to light the park and not do a splash pad. Yes.
So we do have a street lighting master plan that is currently in process of being designed. Phase 1. When are we going to be ready to begin execution, Joe? So,
Early summer.
Yeah.
That would be great. I would ask that you prioritize Ocean Drive. Everybody says that the police lighting is very unsightly, that there are no lights in Lumis or Ocean Drive, and I think that's a critical needs area for lighting. Anyway, it's different. We can move this to the full commission, like you were saying. I just wanted to kind of put the budget retreat. I just wanted to put it in perspective, like as we are spending money, $150,000 toward, artistic asphalt and a splash pad, but there's no lights.
I will say this, Lumis Park does have lighting, and then during the turtle season, it turns to turtle lighting as required by the state. So sometimes people may feel that it's not lit, but it is just at a lower level. Vice Chair Suarez.
Did this go through a procurement process for the $700,000 or?
This is an estimate based on other projects we've done, just for conversation purposes.
Okay, and where exactly would this splash pad be?
More to be discussed. Would it go adjacent to the existing children's playground? Would it move maybe into the spoil area?
Yeah, I bring my son. I bring my sons there all the time to the one on, I believe it's 10th Street. There's a kids
north of 10th.
Yeah, there's a little kids park north of 10th. It's amazing, and in summer it's hot. And if there's a splash pad there, kids are gonna love it. And I think. I'm totally supportive of just moving this to the budget retreat. But I just want to let everyone know that I'm in full support. There's a splash pad in South of 5th. Kids use it all the time. My kids use it all the time. And, there is shade. At this park, there is no shade. And so I would be totally supportive of it. But I think.
Why don't you add splash pad and shade, and they can put some shade on the park too?
So for the May retreat, we're okay, Commissioner
Put it
Magazine?
in earmark funding for the splash pad and the sales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, land use, there was a discussion on a proposed development, ironically, at 10th Street where this was. And following along, one of the questions that was pondered was what would be the public benefit if this project went forward. And perhaps these are some line items that we could start thinking of is if we would want something in line with transforming that area away from high-impact entertainment into more residential or family-friendly activities, some of the public benefits that could be pro-offered by the sponsor of that application.
Great suggestion, thank you. All right, so we'll move this to the May budget retreat for discussion at that time, and we'll close this item out from commission. And now number 10. Any public comment?
We have Matthew for public comment. Matthew, if
Okay.
you could unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I see that there's a lot of support for the splash pad, so I don't really have to make the case for it, but I will share that kids obviously love splash pads. When we travel around the country in some great cities like San Francisco and Denver and New York, they all have splash pads in their public spaces and urban areas. So while our kids would like this splash pad, so would a lot of visitors. So it's a great idea, and there's probably no better place than adjacent to or in Lumis Park for a splash pad. So fully supportive of that, and great to hear that you all are as well. Thank you.
Okay, final comment.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to think that I'm anti-splash pad. I understand the need for splash pads for little kids, and I was there myself at one point, and I know how hot it is. So I'm fully in support of funding it and actually putting shade on that park too. My only request to everyone is that we keep in mind that there's, as we do things, we have to do them kind of with a vision plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Item number 10.
Yes, the item is a code item, building and code, discussion regarding providing property owners with notice of building permits and code violations, upcoming inspections, and payments due with regards to their properties.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Natasha Diaz, Building Department Assistant Director. Also here, Code Compliance Director Hernan Cardeno. Thank you for bringing up this item. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on it. This item was placed on the agenda to discuss how property owners are provided with notice of building permits, code violations, and inspections. As far as the building department goes, about a year ago, we started requiring that all permit applications include the email addresses for the property owners. So this ensures that the property owners receives emails on the status of the permit throughout the life of the project, including when a plan review begins, when there's failed reviews, when there's approved reviews, when there's payments due, when there's inspections scheduled, and when an inspection fails. So everyone on the contacts of the permit record receives these emails. The information is also publicly available on the city's civic access portal. As far as building violations, notice of violation is posted on the property as well as sent to the property owner via certified mail. And now Hernan will speak on the code compliance part.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So for code compliance, very similar. We issue the violation, we post it on the property, we send it to the registered agent, or we hand deliver it if that registered agent is within city boundaries. And then it's also available on the city's civic access portal, which is the old CSS. So anyone from the public can actually go and query by address or by violation number.
And as always, we welcome any suggestions to improve and further provide notifications.
Any comments? Okay, we can close this item. Thank you so much for the update. The next item is any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, number 15.
Okay, number 15 is a code compliance item, and it is discussion regarding potential solutions to noise from security systems at residential properties.
Okay, there's something I would like to add to the code, and I'll be very brief. And it's a new phenomenon on single-family homes because there has been a wave of crime. So as you walk on the public right-of-way, even if you're on the street or you're on a sidewalk across the street from homes, we have these systems that are put up that say, like, notice, you are being recorded. And it's very scary, and it's prohibiting you. It's really taking over the sidewalk, the street, even the sidewalk across the street, especially coming from larger homes. Now, I understand the need to have cameras, record, people, have your own public safety systems. But when your public safety systems impede people from walking peacefully on a public right-of-way or sidewalk without being scared by this noise, I think that we should not allow it because it really is a hijacking. So I would like to make a provision in the code that these are not allowed in Miami Beach, because if you can walk on the public right-of-way and it doesn't trigger it, fine. But if you're walking on the public right-of-way and you have this loud noise that says, you are being recorded, it's really obnoxious. And I've noticed in my own neighborhood that people are no longer even using the sidewalk. They're trying to circumvent it, and it's so egregious that even if you cross the street, it still triggers it. So I would like to have some sort of mechanism in our code that will allow them to enforce. Hernan, what do we need to do? Do we need to change the code on this one?
So currently, our code only has provisions for faulty alarms. And we tried to look at other municipalities to see if we found something similar, and we could not. So we probably have to work maybe with our planning department, our city attorney's office, to make an amendment to the code.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we add this to the code, and if we can change the code in time for the April 3rd meeting, that we do so.
Colleagues, are you supportive?
It's a very simple tweak.
Okay.
Okay, but we need something, so, okay, so we have a motion.
Acclamation, yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely work on something for you.
Okay.
Okay,
For April
wonderful.
3rd.
I have a
Thank you.
similar one if you want to,
Knock it out?
yeah,
What number?
about lighting. Now I don't see it. It was
It's
on
okay.
here.
Any public comment? Number 16?
Oh, it's number 19. Number 19.
Oh, it's gonna
a
be
code
nine.
thing too.
It's
Oh,
gonna
okay.
be 16, then 19.
Okay, so number 16 is a code compliance item, discussion regarding property maintenance obligations under the city code.
Okay, code compliance, please, if you would address this item. I can't see who the sponsor was.
Commissioner Bob.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner, would you like to tee it up?
Number 16.
Busy doing other things. I'm sorry, what number are we on?
16.
16, sorry, apologies. Okay, so the genesis of this, and I don't have a solution, so I'm very open to what the solution should be, but the genesis for this is that there are a million things that don't get reported to the city to get fixed, right? And part of it is, well, it's not my job as a private resident to report things that need to get fixed. The city should know everything and just fix it proactively. But realistically, that's never going to happen because we don't close down at 12 o'clock at night and have people sweep the streets to make sure that there's nothing out of place. So we need residents to say, hey, this sidewalk is broken, or hey, this light is out, because that helps us collectively do our jobs better. And similarly, if there is a derelict home in a neighborhood, or somebody's parking their, used tires on their front lawn, which it shouldn't be there, or whatever, the more people can let us as city administration and staff and electeds know what's going on, the better off we all are, because it can be resolved quickly and easily. If there's a drain backup, before it gets to massive flooding. So it was suggested by a resident, let's make people accountable. If they don't report something that is contiguous with their property, let's hold them accountable. Like the notion of if a bartender overserves, then that bartender is accountable for whatever terrible actions might happen by somebody who is overserved. That seems a bit draconian. I don't think we're to that point in our lives yet. But so I would love to hear ideas from everybody, from anybody, about how to make it easier. I mean, we have a great app that has gotten better and better with every new release to increase awareness of the app, to report things. I know there's a big pushback because now we are preempted by the state from letting people report things anonymously. So, maybe if it's something that's not against a particular property or business, but it's like, hey, the sidewalk is broken, maybe those can be reported anonymously. I don't know what the solution is, so that's why it's here, so we can collaboratively try to figure out what solutions might be available to us.
Code, do you have any ideas to present to us?
We're just here really to offer what we currently have, which is we have no single repository for complaints. So we have the online, the phone number, the 604 City, after hours, and then we also have email. And because there is no single repository, a lot of times we'll receive emails that go unchecked for quite some time, and so it's not timely when it's received to us. Under Senate Bill 60 for the anonymous reporting, there are some exceptions. Public safety, health, and welfare are some of those that will accept anonymously.
So could a broken sidewalk be considered public safety because my neighbor uses a cane and she's going to trip next time she's out?
If you sent it to us, we would
Okay.
send
So,
it to the appropriate department, yes.
At a bare minimum, hearing that, it would seem like having an email repository that goes unchecked for periods of time should not be an acceptable status quo. Like, how do we have somebody just check it every 24 hours and make sure, or does it get dumped into something else? Or is there, do we do I don't know if Melissa is here or anybody from communications, but they do a great job of outreach, and maybe it's something that gets highlighted in the Miami Beach Magazine, that we have these 3 or 4 different tools. Maybe we don't take emails anymore, maybe it's only a phone call or an app. I'm not sure, but, and maybe this goes offline to a working group to come back to present some better ideas, but the app works great. We don't have enough people who know about it or feel comfortable about using it, so that is a low-hanging fruit, but the more input we get from residents around every nook and cranny of our city, the better off we'll be. So that's the goal here. Maybe having so many different options actually undercuts the efficacy of having 1 or 2 places to make a recommendation for service.
Of course, Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott, fully agree with you. When I think of the role of the city commission, I think of us as a board of directors. And to sit there, it's just an inefficient process that we have constituents reaching out to us and say, hey, fix this sidewalk, or hey, there's a mattress on 9th and Jefferson, and then we have to find. Have we ever thought about providing code with some sort of presence on, and maybe this isn't just code, but various city departments, on some of the resident Facebook groups, because I know that's where a lot of residents flag issues. I think there's 3 or 4 prominent Facebook groups, so instead of resident XYZ saying, Commissioner Magazine, sidewalk in front of 8th and Jefferson is cracked, and then me, having to see that and then relaying it directly to where it needs to be. That would be essentially a complement to the app and perhaps more accessible, because I think that's where a lot of business is conducted nowadays.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
It's interesting that you bring this up. We own a home in Martin County, and I had an issue with the sidewalk in front of our house. And so I went onto the Martin County website, and I put some information in, I took pictures of the sidewalk, and within like 2 or 3 days, it was just fixed. And what I saw is that every single department has access to a centralized system. Everybody's logging in, everyone gets alerted, like the correct department gets alerted, and it's like a seamless site. And at the time, I remember I reached out to the city manager. I even gave her my login, and I was like, go to this website, log in here, look at how efficient this is. Everybody, it was one centralized system for every kind of complaint that you have. There were no email, it wasn't fragmented at all. And I am a firm believer that we need this software. I don't know what, and so we reached out, and what we found is that Martin County actually had it built for them for efficiency purposes. I think we need to move toward something like this, yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that is exactly how the app works. So it would seem like if we can keep the app and also put it onto the website, the app developer just updated it. It would probably be not a terribly complicated thing to transfer that into a web-based version as well without reinventing the wheel. I would defer to Frank and everybody else here to figure out how, everybody gets notified based on what type of complaint it is, but that would be a great way to start. And, growing up, I lived in countries where you didn't have 800 flavors of ice cream. And I remember running into friends from Brazil here in the States, in Disney World actually, and they looked just shell-shocked. And we're like, what happened? What's wrong with you? And they're like, there's so many flavors of ice cream, we can't figure it out, right? This was in the 70s. So I think that might be, in our effort to give people so many choices for communicating with us, we might lose the ability to communicate effectively. So if we have an app and a website and a one-stop does-it-all phone number, which is what I think a lot of us are trying to get to anyhow, maybe that's what we do. And this notion of an email address that goes unsolicited, and then we often all get the same emails from constituents saying there's a mattress, and so you guys get like 400 emails from the constituent, from all of us, from aides, and so maybe we also say to those folks to whom we're responding, just so you know, going forward, this is the app and here's the website, and it's super easy to report it directly there. you know, so that we can help coach this and we can talk with Melissa and her team to do a future story on it.
So how about we get an LTC from the team in 3 months on how they've progressed with this item?
That's fine, Madam Chair. And again, our priority would be to have the primary as the app.
Yeah, but just remember.
Because while emails, we receive them, they don't go unchecked, but they're just not as timely or immediate.
Right, so I think the email thing should go away, and I think it becomes the app, and the app on a web-based as opposed to just phone, because some people just don't do apps on their phones. And then, you know, this catch-all phone number, if it's a control room phone number that we, you know, that becomes our sort of everything that's not police-oriented becomes that phone number, and then we work with Melissa to communicate all of this, and we all communicate it when we.
And I have a question for you. I think the item also talked about rodents and pests and mice. Was that your item?
I don't think
Number
it's that
16.
specific.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, okay.
Pest infestations.
Sorry, I think I put this on a while ago. Yeah, so this is, okay, so this is another weird thing. I've gotten a number of calls about random chickens and ducks, which then get.
And I'll make a comment on that too. Of course, we all have gotten the same calls, and Kevin Polito
Yep.
and Elizabeth's team are working with an outside entity, and they're in the process this week of removing the roosters and chickens and stuff.
Okay, and so that's great to know, but, you know, there are situations where, you know, there's a duck that is not up in North Beach that is not a native species, so they're not being taken to the sanctuary, the Pelican Harbor, like, there's a whole drama. So I don't know what we can do as a city to maybe even just provide contact numbers for places that would come and remove ducks or whatever. Rodents, I think, is more of a public safety issue. Like if you're in a rat-infested place, we probably all need to know about that.
So I'll recommend also for an LTC, giving us the appropriate numbers for all of those outside places.
And if we don't
Madam Chair,
have
3
them yet,
months?
let's figure out what they are.
Okay. Madam Chair, are those 3 months?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
please. The phone numbers, if you can get that quicker, that would be great. But yeah, LTC with the phone numbers. So we can
Commissioner?
close that item and then move to 19, which is also code, and I think it's yours.
Commissioner?
Yes.
So just as an FYI, there was a talk about contacting the developer of the app. We developed that app in-house. So that's something that I will make sure that we work together with our IT department, Frank, and being able to see how we might be able to incorporate that into our website as well. But it's us, so
Okay.
it should be
I thought
something that's
Frank had
doable.
worked with somebody. I didn't realize it was all our team. So kudos to the team because it's much improved over earlier iterations.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I would like to add that while the app is great, I do think that this other software that keeps a history of every single time that you've called, every single time that one department has gone out to do, we don't have anything like that, do we?
Yes, so we can do all kinds of metrics with the app. We can do it by where the complaint came from. When the complaint comes in, it gets routed to a department. We track how long it takes to get fixed. If it's not fixed, then it goes to a department head to let them know that, hey, this is still lingering. So we have a lot of analytics that go along with the app, and I'd be happy to share that with you.
Through the chair.
And I think the app should be marketed better.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'll make sure we work with Melissa to do that.
Yeah, and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, maybe if you would be willing to share your password and log in. Sorry, IT, cover your ears.
I think it's important to see it. I
but-
think it's important to see what other
Exactly.
counties, municipalities are doing that's
Yeah.
super efficient, that we
Because-
don't have built, that will change the way we work
Because
as
if
a
we've already got the
group.
metrics, but they're
Right, and we
better
have a Miami
interface.
Beach app. It's
Yeah.
making it better. All
Yeah.
right, so let's close this item out. Now, number 19.
Number 19 is a code item, discussion regarding potential solutions to light pollution from multicolored decorative lighting emanating from the adjacent property.
Okay, so this sounds crazy, but in single-family neighborhoods, we have party houses, and people are literally like hanging a disco ball, and then your backyard at night is turned into a disco, whether you choose to have it like that or not. Now, this isn't something that we're going to go out and actively search, but there is no provision in the code. If there's light pollution from a party house onto a residential property, we have no way of issuing a code violation, asking them to turn off their egregious lights. And the thing is that if it was a neighbor who's doing it once a year for a celebration, or even 5 times a year for a celebration, that's fine. But this is happening all the time because these homes have been commercialized. So we need to create a mechanism in our code that the light pollution to, the disco balls, the crazy, the crazy. I know that in my neighborhood, there's one house that has it's like red, green, and blue. It's disco every single night. And I think that's unacceptable in a single family residential calm neighborhood. So as we create the noise provision, I would also like code to have some sort of mechanism to issue a violation to these party houses that have lighting that has just gone out of control. I don't know how you feel about this, but it's very disruptive for our lives. And right now, there's no way for us to do anything about it.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard we're not allowed to have any party houses, correct? I mean, if that, I want to make that clear.
Well, there's a distinction between houses having parties and party houses. So no, the party houses
for hire.
Yeah, and the party houses I think we're going to address in a later item here. But correct, for hire now.
Okay, so how would you address Commissioner Gonzalez's item? Like, what would be the constraints or the requirements?
So we did attach 2 sample ordinances from St. Petersburg and South Miami. So we'd have to work through those and see what would work for us here in the city of Miami Beach and probably with the city attorney's office.
So I would, my motion would be for us to work to use these other municipalities, come up with the best option and hear it at April 3rd, Rob, if possible. Have the legal department work on it. And if not April, we can have it ready for the May meeting. But we do need a provision for this. And I understand what you say about it's very hard for them to enforce the party houses if somebody shows them a lease and then somebody comes to the door and says, I live here. I mean, they can't just burst through the door. Listen, I would at one point in time, I think at one point I was surrounded by all Airbnbs. Every single side of my home was commercialized. Now it's gotten a little bit better. One is a long-term rental, but I mean, but this is happening across our neighborhoods. Yeah.
Just to let you guys know, I have an item. It hasn't been called yet, but I want to create an ad hoc lighting committee, and a part of that is going to address residential and government lighting. And so, we can certainly, if that item gets called and passed, we can certainly put that committee to use for anything residential, and how we envision, what's acceptable and not acceptable.
I definitely think that we need a provision in the code for that. I mean, would you rather me defer it to your committee, or can I move forward and kind of create something so that we can immediately begin to police it and then we can go? I mean,
it's up to you.
Move it to the commission.
Move it to the commission? Okay, I would create something and move it to the commission, please, Rob,
I'll second
based
that.
on these other ordinances from South Miami. Thank you.
We all supportive, Commission Magazine. Okay.
Yeah, those, both of the ones that we've been talking about, the lighting and the noise, were both in the land use regulations of the respective jurisdictions that the examples were from. And so
And the noise is item 17?
Yeah, and we'll.
Has it been called?
No,
Okay.
we previously talked about it, but the noise from the alarms. And so we'll talk internally about whether the best approach is to go through the land use regulations or through just a regular regulation, and we'll get you an ordinance, hopefully for April, but if not, for May.
Okay, so that's for 19. Stephanie, call 17, please.
Can I ask code one thing before
Yes.
we do this? In these ordinances, are you gonna speak with legal to find out what, we just wanna create whatever you think that you need to be able to go out there and shut it down?
Yeah, we'll work with legal to make sure that whatever the response is immediate, so we can offer relief to the neighborhood that is experiencing the violation.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there public comment? Oh, hi, Marilyn, how you doing?
Hello, everybody. I have a question. Is there any ordinance or anything that addresses, for example, the Christmas lights? Because I love the Christmas lights. Everybody wraps their palms and so on. But there are people that leave them on the whole year. So, for example, in our neighborhood, we can see the people across the canal. They have their palms lit every day, every night, forever.
Is it
forever.
multicolor?
Some of them are blue, some of them are gold. You know, they're very beautiful. But then, to me, if I had a single family home and I could do that, I would do it at holiday time. But if you have it on the entire year, it loses the charm, if you ask me. But my question is there an ordinance that tells people from this date to this date, you can have your palms wrapped, or you can have all these other decorations?
Yes. Commissioner?
From my perspective, I don't, if it intrudes on somebody else's peaceful quality of life, that is, if your backyard is turned into a disco because of your neighbor, then it causes a problem. I don't know about regulating the ability to wrap your palm year round, unless we could prove somehow that that tree was, egregious or causing someone else pain, or ruining their peaceful existence. So I don't know about that.
I mean,
And
you don't have to take them down. All you have to do is not turn them on. Because it costs a lot of money to, costs us $250 per palm and then at the end of the holidays, the people that wrap them, they come and they take them, and then next year we do the same thing. But these are private homes. It's just a question.
Yeah,
because
that I
sometimes
don't know
it's very
about.
light in the back. I mean, I have curtains, I draw them, but the question is it allowed? Should it be allowed? Should there be a rule?
Well, his committee is gonna,
No, I was just going to say, all over the city, we have lights where trees are wrapped year-round on Meridian, and we have it on 41st Street.
They're wrapped year-round?
Year-round.
And they're lit year-round?
Lit year-round.
Madam Chair.
I don't.
Yeah, Commissioner
And
Magazine.
I would just, people have different personal preferences. I just want to be cautious about not over-regulating, over-regulating somebody's private property, about length of time, allowing holiday lights or things like that. Now, if it is intrusive in Maryland, I think there's code solutions we could find, but if it's just a personal preference, I want to be cautious about too much regulation.
This reminds me of a college professor I had who always said, if I give, people wanted him to grade on a curve, and he said, if I give A's to everybody, what do I give to people who deserve A's?
All right, is there more public comment on, okay, come on up, you have 2 minutes. Either one.
Hi, my name is Antonio Rivera. I haven't been in Miami in over 5 years, and I've only been here for 2 months. But I'm very concerned, and I have some community ties from 5 years ago. And I'm noticing that there is a lot of, particular to this number 19, and the parameters around it, that Miami Beach is becoming more and more integrated with with two types of societies. One is the spring break society, the party society, vacationers, and then there is the growing number of retirees that are in Miami Beach. Now, I don't know which way it's going to go, if it's going to be more Airbnb-based, party-based, or it's going to be more retiree-based, but that's the dilemma we have. And that's, I think, where we have to focus on how to make everyone happy. The retirees.
Do you have any comments on the light pollution? That's the item that we're on.
Well, the light pollution is part of one of the societies, and that's the party society, the spring break society, the club, the restaurant, the entrepreneur society. And they may not be understanding the retirees' point of view, and that's where the social clashes. My comment is that it's a complicated situation. We're trying to make everyone happy. There's a lot of revenue coming in from the other side, and there's retirees that are concerned about their peace and quiet and, not being bothered by neon disco lights. But that's my comment.
Thank you, Antonio. Appreciate your comment. Okay, so we'll close out item 19 and open item 17, which is also code.
Number 17 is discuss the applicable criteria and standards to address excessive noise emanating from priority houses and private residents.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
This is Mayor Minor's item, but I mean, I'll take it up. Right now, it's reactive. You call. It's no longer anonymous, right? So people know when you call. Does it always solve the problem? Not necessarily. Do I think we could do more? Because there's some houses in the neighborhood that, and not to say that code guys aren't intimidating, but I do think if you get a knock on your door by the police department, hey, you're out of compliance with our noise ordinance, that goes much further than what we currently have with code. I mean, and I think it's how many noise complaints do you guys get per day? I mean, per week? Like, I don't even know what those stats are.
So through the chair, I can provide that information to the committee, but I will share with you that on all of our noise violations, whenever we experience any pushback, whether it's at a business or a residence, then we do involve our partners at police. That's for the immediate solution. For the longer-term solution, when it's a property that's flaring up in one of our neighborhoods that's constantly having these parties, it's a party house, whether it's a short-term rental or a home that's being used for commercial purposes. We've had some successes through the city attorney's office, and maybe they can share a little bit about the immediate litigation that they file.
Sure. Very briefly, we've recently started a strategy for habitual party houses and short-term rentals, especially in very large, expensive neighborhoods, pursuant to a resolution that Commissioner Fernandez sponsored, approving our idea to do that. We have now successfully shut down 3 large-scale party houses, one with a consent judgment after filing suit in court. Once we did, then after that, the second one just heard about it. We just had to send them a letter, and they stopped short-term renting immediately and actually moved into the house. So now we know it's not a short-term rental. The owner lives there. And then the third one, we sent our letter saying we're about to sue you for having a party house, and they sold it. So a new family is moving in there. So it's just the beginning. It's the first year we've done this, but it has proven very successful.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, Commissioner.
So do you guys refer these cases, extreme cases, when you start to get the phone calls, you just refer it to the legal department? And now, this is wonderful. This is probably the best news that we've had in a long time in terms of maintaining peace and quiet in our neighborhoods. Is there a process?
Through the chair, yes, that's exactly what the process is. We continue responding. We look for that immediate relief for the neighborhood, but long-term solution, yeah, we work with our city attorney's office.
Well, that's better than.
Yeah, we get pretty immediate results. It's very fast and very permanent.
Through the chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. So at what point is a noise violation coming from a single-family home or otherwise private residence considered to be an habitual offender?
I mean, well, that's a judgment call. What we would be proving is that the house is a public nuisance. Typically, we look for maybe 5 or 6 serious violations like commercial use, noise, short-term rentals, and a sort of scofflaw attitude where they're caught one week and then they're doing the very same thing the next week. Those are the ones that tell the best story to a court, and they're the low-hanging fruit that we can go after.
And I know we've been able to use this tool like with certain short-term rental issues. It's been highly effective, especially I think there was a short-term rental where there was a shooting or something like that at.
Exactly.
And
on Alton Road.
Yeah.
There was a shooting. We sent them a letter telling them that we were going to sue them and have the house declared a nuisance, and the owner, who had been short-term renting it, immediately moved into the property and has been living there since.
And then there was another one where the owner of the home had gotten a copy of the lawsuit and made a cake out of it. I don't know if you remember that one.
What? Exactly. We sent a nuisance letter that I signed saying your house is hereby declared a nuisance and we're bringing a court action against you. And he threw a commercial party, had a cake made with my letter like on the icing,
printed on the icing,
and
what was the ruling
posted
on
it
that?
on Instagram.
And what was the ruling there?
We got a consent decree after filing suit. We got fines of hundreds of thousands of dollars paid. we got an injunction saying that that house cannot be rented without the approval of the city, of the tenant. So we get to approve whoever the tenant is going into that house for the period of the consent decree. So it was
It's a
a
great
very,
tool.
I mean,
Yeah, it's working.
when they're that
no
brazen
cake.
about it, it helps.
Which address was this?
That was that
1776 Bay Drive.
Bay Drive, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone. This was a discussion item, and we get reports that shows a number of noise complaints and different things that come in. I appreciate the update. We'll close out this item and move to item number 21.
Number 21 is a police item to discuss a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, directing the city administration to publish monthly reports on the official City of Miami Beach Police Department webpage, setting forth statistical data pertaining to crimes reported and arrests effectuated in the prior month, sorted by area of the city in which the offense was committed for all felony, misdemeanor, and city or county ordinance violations, and further directing the city administration to publish such monthly crime and arrest data reports on each Public Safety and Neighborhoods Quality and Life Control Committee agenda in conjunction with presenting such data at each meeting. And then.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Acosta.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. We are ready, almost ready to go with the webpage. It's almost up and running. We think that we need just a couple of more weeks to fine-tune things. It's going to have additional features, more so than what was initially requested, that we think will be more interactive and that you really like. So we think that perhaps next month we should be ready to rock and roll with it.
Do you want this item deferred or have send us an LTC once this is updated?
Madam Chair, since it's my item, I would like to request for the committee to defer the item, because I think it'll be good to have a presentation on committee once the website is live, so that they can do a presentation. This has been something that's been in the works, initiated. I think July of last year, the item was initiated, and I'm sure it's been and progressively
2023, yes.
working hard. You guys have been working hard on this.
Yes, I think you're going to like it, Commissioner.
Yes.
I really do.
Yeah, so let's have a briefing before.
Absolutely,
Yeah, so we
and I
can
think our
go over
residents,
it.
when they click on our website, will be able to really see what we're doing from a transparency point of view as well. I think it's important, so I think you'll all like it.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So we'll defer the item
ma'am.
and hear it next month. And now item number 27. I guess it wouldn't be.
No public comment. And for item number 27, you had mentioned 27, 28, and 29 would be heard together because they have similar titles. And it is number 27 is discuss and update concerning the current BTR application and renewal process for commercial charter vessels. Number 28 is discuss the current commercial charter vessel BTR application and renewal process and options for a more comprehensive review. And item number 29 is discuss the current status and condition of commercial charter vessels operations in the city. And Finance will be presenting the item.
Thank you. And Stephanie, who were the sponsors for 27, 28, and 29? 27 was the mayor.
28 was the mayor and 29 was the mayor.
Okay.
I'll
Hi,
deliver
Manny.
from the mayor. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Manny Marcus, Assistant Director of Customer Service Finance Section. This item was referred by Mayor Minor, and it deals with our active charter BTRs and the process in getting a BTR. Currently, we have 75 BTR for charter vessels with 134 vessels on our waterways. Of those 75 charter BTRs, 3 are located in Mid-Beach, where we've had a lot of enforcement action recently. The majority are located at the Miami Beach Marina, where a docking slip or a landing slip agreement is needed. From our understanding from the marina is that they're at full capacity. There are no more slips available, so anybody landing at the marina or using the marina needs to have a landing slip. Many of the vessels we've noticed with our code enforcement police, many of the vessels in our waterways are not licensed in Miami Beach. Some of the vessels are coming from Bayside, some of the vessels are coming from the mainland. These 75 vessels generate approximately $26,000 in revenue in our BTR. We generate $6 million in revenues in BTRs, and only $26,000 comes from these vessels. Over the last year of the last commission, We've tightened our BTR application process. It's one of our most difficult BTRs to obtain. It just doesn't get a rubber stamp and it is issued. It has to get a CU application. The vote charters also need to go through fire approval. Fire needs to go out to the dock and make sure there's no fire hazards for, where the fuel is stored. Risk management is involved as well. They need to make sure that they have enough insurance per charter and aggregate insurance of $10 million. Facilities and fleet management review that there's a docking slip available, and they approve that. And in addition, the Marine and Water Protection Authority gives an advisory review of the BTR application. I know at the last commission meeting, there's a desire that the Marine and Water Protection Authority review not only BTR applications, but on an annual basis, review and renewals for any unruly offenders that we have out there, some folks that are continuously operating in a bad way. Additionally, last year, we increased the fines for operators operating without a BTR. The fines are steep. First offense, 1,000, third offense, 3,500, and second offense, 3,500, third offense is 5,000, and anybody caught with a third offense cannot operate for 13 months after that offense. So they cannot obtain their BTR for a period of 13 months if they have 3 BTR offenses. Also, while we fixed the BTR application process and fine structure, we noticed that there was operators that had unruly behaviors, public intoxication, loud arguments, excessive loud music, public urination. So we tightened our fine structure for these charters as well, and it's very steep fines for that. Code has been issuing violations. They're here if there's any questions on the number of violations. But during a 2-year period, the number of violations was outstanding. It was 600 code violations to folks operating in the marina. And then now they've been targeting heavily mid-beach, Indian Creek, where I believe there was approximately 80-something violations or 64 violations issued in that area. So I think we've curtailed the application process. There's still some unruly behavior that together with Marine Patrol, the Coast Guard, we're tackling that. But the application process, especially with what was done at the last commission meeting, is tightened. And we thank you for having the Marine Authority review renewals. I think that's gonna help us.
Thank you for the update. Vice Chair?
Thank you,
Suarez.
Madam Chair. We all voted on an item last commission meeting to expand the authority of the Marine Water Protection Authority because it seems that they were just a rubber stamp board. And now it's coming up to a second reading that will give them the authority to review certain bad operators and give a suggestion for the revocation of BTRs, both to the city manager and the commission. And so I think that's going to solve a lot of problems because we have very well-intended people on the Marine Water Protection Authority, some of which are here in the audience today. And I'm hopeful my colleagues will move forward on that. So welcome to any other comments.
So were these action items, Stephanie, or just discussion, getting the update?
These are just
These were
updates
discussion.
on how
Okay.
the review process is.
Thank you. So we can close that out. I also didn't call
Madam
item
Chair,
number
can I just
14.
ask one
Of
question?
course.
Just so I could have context. Is this applicable, Manny, what you were saying to just the public marinas, or is this public and private?
This is just for public marinas, for operators that have a business, that do charter boats, that do jet skis. It's just for public marinas.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We will close that out. Public comment on the phone? No? Okay, public comment. You get 1 minute.
You know, I realized north, south, east, and west.
And Antonio, for the record, you always have to state your name at the beginning.
Yes, Antonio Rivera. North, south, east, and west of all of these marinas, centrally in the Biscayne Bay, next to where the cruise ships are, there is a situation, and I think it has to do with item 29, the amount of pollution emitted from all of these vessels, including the cruise ships. It is a really big problem. I noticed it heavily 5 years ago, and I noticed it on Venetian Causeway right across from the cruise ships lane. And most small vessels and charter vessels have extremely loud noise motors, and so my point is, or my comment is, that the pollution that's coming from all these vessels, that needs to be put in check, because we're all being
Thank you
exposed
for
to
the
that.
feedback.
Thank you.
Anyone else on public comment? Coming up?
Good afternoon. My name is Clive Pierce. I live at 6,000 Indian Creek. Madam Chair, Co-Chair, committee members, commissioners. I happen to have a home at 60th and Indian Creek, which is right by the 63rd Street Bridge. This morning I had somebody say to me, when you bought your home there, why are you so upset about the bridge activity and all the activity around the bridge? Wasn't the bridge there when you bought your home 10 years ago? I said, sure it was. Part of the allure was that we're on the water, the bridge was there, but his analogy really didn't fit, because on the other side of us is Indian Creek, which is fed by Harding, and it's almost like Harding and Indian Creek has become an interstate. There's so much activity on the water now. And 5 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be able to build a dock by our building, and we have docks there. So I spend a lot of time on the water. I'm a boater. And I gotta tell you, the activity has just gone crazy in the last 5 years. Recently, it's been tapped down, and I thank all of you for that. It's got a lot better. You've probably seen some of the videos. I had a camera out there. But in a social situation, I was sitting next to somebody, and he happened to be an operator. And he was talking to me about it and said he had 61 boats under contract. I said, 61 boats under contract for charters? He says, well, I only own 4 of them. The rest are all leased out. I couldn't believe it. That's a lot of activity. So to follow up on the other half of your meeting here, public safety, yesterday I spent the day up at the Shane Rowing Center. It's spring break for the young kids from all the colleges too, and they're out on the water like crazy. And I was speaking to some of the coaches there, and they've had a lot of problems with the charter boats when the kids are out there on the sculls, as they call them. So I just want to commend you and thank you for what you're doing, and it's really meaningful and it's helping a lot of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Clive. Appreciate your comments. Okay, so item 14, Commissioner Bott.
Just one very quick question, Manny, if you don't mind. Do charter vessels that are operating at private marinas need to obtain a BTR?
Yes, if they're for profit, for business, they need to obtain a BTR. They need to go through the process, get a certificate of use from planning, get approved by fire, go through the Marine Water Protection Authority, go through risk management.
So when Commissioner Magazine asked if this applies to public marinas only, why wouldn't we extend this to anybody operating a charter vessel, whether it's at a public or private marina?
Maybe I misunderstood the question, but I thought he only meant commercial vehicle, vessels. Any for-profit business needs to obtain a BTR to operate in our waterways.
Right, so wouldn't a charter vessel, even if it's docked at a
Public marina, private marina needs a BTR if they're for-profit, a charter vessel.
Okay, so this does apply to them regardless
yes.
of, okay.
Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so 27, 28, and 29 are closed. Item number 14.
Item number 14 is a code item, and it is sponsored by Mayor Minor, and it is discussion regarding potential proactive enforcement to identify businesses operating without a valid city BTR without waiting for a resident complaint.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I can
Thank you.
do a brief overview if you'd like.
Sure.
So this was a referral by Mayor Minor. It was on January 31st, 2024. And it talks about the city would benefit more from robust proactive enforcement of the city's BTR requirements rather than wait to receive a complaint of an unlicensed business. And I think there might be a little bit of a misconception there. I think with the item, we've included some statistics that actually show that the majority of these violations for a one-year period going back to March 18th, 976 of these violations, 792 of them were proactive, meaning we did not wait for a complaint. In fact, only 61 were filed by complainants. And of course, we talked about the limitations by Senate Bill 60, which says no anonymous complaints.
And I've been seeing your reports, incident reports and things coming in specifically on this topic, so congratulations on all the progress that the team is making on that. Thank you.
And what we did was we have one officer dedicated now in addition to our other offices, and we're getting, I think, in our budget enhancement, another 3 for a dedicated BTR team, like our short-term rentals. So hopefully we'll have more better results as we move forward.
Wonderful. So we'll close out number 14, and now, any public comment?
No public comment online, and it does not appear that we have any in person.
Okay, number 30.
Item number 30 is a Finance Department item, and it is sponsored by Mayor Minor. It is a discussion regarding the collection and maintenance of commercial property owner contact information, and we have Manny Marquez present.
Good afternoon again, Manny
Hi,
Marquez.
Manny,
Assistant
thank
Director.
you.
You're welcome. We have several databases where we have commercial property information. They're in existence right now. We have our local business tax database, Energov. We have contact names, emails, mailing addresses. We also have every location in the city of Miami Beach, whether it's residential or commercial, has to have a utility account. So we have a database of owners. Every utility account is under the name of the owner. So we have that as a database. Again, emails, names. So we have a lot of data. We also use, on a regular basis, the property appraiser's office, where we want to find something out. We go there for data. So the data is available. On our website, the Finance Department website, we have an online BTR directory, so anyone can go in there and see, look up a BTR. We call them shell BTRs. All landlords of strip malls or office space are required to have a BTR as well. So we have several locations where we provide this data. So I think Mayor Minor referring this was just asking if we have this, is it available? Yes, we have it, it's available. We frequently give this information to our partners in other departments like economic development when they ask us for information. Yes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bott?
Of all the information that you have, do you always maintain an updated contact phone number? And the reason I ask is because we had an episode, and I thought this actually had come up before, years before I was on the commission, where there's a business in North Beach where the alarm went off before the business was open, and it took hours to find a live body who could turn off the alarm. So are phone numbers available, and is that information shared with, I don't know if it's the police department who is sort of the point on that, or how
So
does
for
that work?
the false alarms and alarms, that's handled by the police department, and they have their own database for that. But our information, we send out renewal notices, we ask for an update of a mailing address. Particularly in condos, when there's a change of boards, we ask for an update. Is it accurate? It's as accurate as the information we get.
So maybe with the police department being represented here, if you don't mind, do you guys have phone numbers, like updated every year, phone numbers for contact person for alarms? Is that part of the collection system?
Commissioner, I would have to double check and get back to you on that. I know we do collect data on false alarms and things of that nature, but I have to double check on phone numbers.
Because it just seems like we do have a lot of information in a lot of different places, and maybe one of the missing pieces is who is the person for this year to contact if there's an incident at your place of business, because the person who owns a business might be in, who knows where. But so who is the person, and that would be a piece of information that would get updated annually, so there's always a phone number on record that you could share between your two departments, or code and police or whatever, just because those are probably the people who are dealing with the issues on the front line.
I can speak on our end. We've been working with IT. We have a new system where when someone calls in, we are merging all of our different databases, our utility billing, our permitting, our BTR database, our resort tax database. We're merging all of the contacts one by one, merging it into one central repository of contacts. On our permitting and licensing side, we're doing that.
Right, but so for a BTR, if you have a business unit, you should register a point person's phone number in the city of Miami Beach, and that should be available to you guys in finance and to to the police department and to code so that there is a person who can be contacted.
I think we
And-
could share that easily.
And then that should be, you know, a quick email sent out every year. Is this still the same? Is this the right person and the right correct phone number? So that we have that
Understood.
information. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update. So now the final item on the agenda, number 18, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Suarez and Commissioner Bott.
Correct, and we just have to make sure, since it's after 2, that the committee is okay moving past the time, 2 PM. Does everyone
Okay to
agree?
allocate 40 minutes to this item?
Yeah. It's okay with me.
40 minutes? It's the last item. the
Maximum
voting.
40 minutes out.
At 3, yeah. Oh, my goodness, we'll have to move the picture. Yeah, let's try to do it in 30 minutes. We're supposed
fine,
to
I
go to
don't
a
think we need
picture
more than 30 minutes.
at 3 o'clock. What's wrong, Commissioner?
He's just busting.
You come in late and then you're giving me a hard time. No, not you. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna hear item number 18, and number 18 is co-sponsored, like you mentioned, Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Suarez, and it is discussion regarding liveaboard vessels and docking of dinghies. It's a code and police is handling the item.
Okay, so before we take up public comment, I think we need to hear from the sponsors and then from Code and Police, and then we'll hear from 3 or 4 on each side of the issue.
Sounds good.
So, Mayor?
Vice Chair, you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
My desire for having this conversation with everybody here, everybody affected, everybody who's got something to say about it, is that we can nail down something that is a workable solution for most of us, if not all of us, that addresses the unintended consequences of having removed a dock and provides a reasonable accommodation so that we can address the very many issues from very many different kinds of residents, whether they live on their boat or live in a condo overlooking the boat, so that we have, we bring some order to what has become chaos. I, for one, am not making any judgment calls about how people choose to live, whether they're in a condo or in a boat or in an RV in the woods. That's not my issue. My issue is that we have boats that may not be insured or registered or doing the right thing. We might have boats who are insured and registered and are doing the right thing, and everybody is lumping everybody together, and that doesn't work because that's not accurate. We also need to make sure that everybody understands, sorry, I thought my phone was off. Everybody understands that when you say a derelict vessel, that is a term of art that means that that is a vessel that does not move or is partially or fully submerged. And those are boats that when we identify them, we can then start the process for removing them. Calling somebody a derelict who lives on a vessel, it's a judgment call, and that's not a legal thing that we're going to opine on. So again, derelict vessels are different. Boats may be attractive or unattractive. You might like the sound of rigging blowing the breeze, you might not. But currently, as it stands now in Florida, you are allowed to live on your boat in most waterways. So the challenge before us as a city, as a community, and as people of goodwill and common sense is to find a meeting point where people can live on their boats the way they want to, as long as they comply with the laws of our city, which are not so draconian that they don't allow people to live on their boats. So that is what both Commissioner Suarez and I have been working towards. I think it is very important for everybody to understand that the framework that was put forth by Commissioner Suarez was based on what our city has already put forth as a draft of the mooring field operations. So things were not pulled out of thin air. I have a couple of questions about a couple of the issues, about the dog, about the distance from shore. But that's why we're here to talk about that. But I think asking people to pay for parking, basically, which is what this is not a crazy thing. We have to fund the position of it, whether it's a dock master or park ranger. I personally prefer park ranger over dock master for a variety of reasons. But we need to find accommodation. And I will tell you personally, not as a commissioner, but as a resident of the city, what I've seen from multiple people in multiple places, threatening residents for having an opinion, threatening commissioners, threatening staff, threatening boaters. I don't care who's doing the threatening. It is not acceptable. This is a problem, and we can find a solution to a problem. And we do not need to resort to threats. And mom lecture is over. I will turn it over to my colleague.
Through the chair.
Of course, Vice Chair Suarez.
Thank you. Look, I don't think it's wise to sort of rehash the reasons why we need to go through this. Okay. I want to be forward-thinking, and I want to make sure that we don't have the same issues that other neighboring municipalities have had in the past. And you know, we just our mayor just appointed Chris McClintock, and oddly enough, he was a municipal prosecutor in Hollywood. He briefly spoke at the last commission meeting. I don't think he got all his points across. I want to just briefly, through the chair, if it's possible, to have him speak for a minute or two on the issues that he has seen personally, where this issue, if not addressed correctly, exponentially grows to a problem that's impossible to handle. And so, through the chair, if that's okay.
Hi, Chris.
Good morning, or good afternoon, through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner. As he stated, my name is Chris McClintock. I think I know most of you if you don't know me. I am your Mayor Miners and your public safety enforcement advisor. The commissioner mentioned that I was a municipal prosecutor at the City of Hollywood prior to coming here. I've been involved in law enforcement for 36 years. I was a sheriff's deputy, a police officer, an investigator for a prosecutor's office, a federal prosecutor, and ultimately a municipal prosecutor for the City of Hollywood, which is the relevant position for today's proceedings. As the municipal prosecutor for the City of Hollywood, I was the one responsible for prosecuting cases similar to the issues that you're dealing with the boating issues today and the boaters as well. I was at the City of Hollywood for a total of 3 years as a municipal prosecutor. About 6 months prior to leaving was the first incident that I had dealing with the prosecution of a similar situation. By the time I finished my term at the City of Hollywood 6 months later, these cases had pretty much become commonplace. Whereas we had one, in other words, where we had one, we had, generally speaking, about 4 or 5 per first appearance hearing. So they had blossomed to 4 to 5 times as much. And of course, Hollywood has a much smaller area. Some of the specifics, I had an opportunity to, there was a president of the Hollywood Lake Civic Association who stated the situation was bad, but it was only getting worse, that as recent as 15 years ago, where they had just 5 or 6 boats in the major lake of Hollywood, which were only there for the winter seasons, they had as many as 35 to 40 pretty much there year-round. One Hollywood lake recently was so choked with derelict and at-risk vessels that it was impossible or almost impossible to navigate. In December of last year, a fire broke out between several of the vessels that had been tied together. There were 4, and one caught fire. That fire led to the other one, and the end result was one gentleman had to be taken to the hospital, and 2 were charred and burned beyond recognition and had to be towed out of the area. A statistic from 2021 through 2023, most of these taking place in 2023, the Hollywood Police Department had to remove 29 derelict vessels and from their lakes in the intercoastal area, with the cost running in upwards of $5,000 and more, depending on the size of the vessel. So the problem in Hollywood grew exponentially in a very short period of time. And as the commissioner and I discussed, I don't want to see such a situation take place here.
Through the chair, thank you very much. So, look, I want to dedicate this meeting toward solving this problem, and a public comment is gonna address a lot of those, and then we'll convene as a body and discuss that. So,
Stephanie, if we'll take public comment, and I think somebody had sent a presentation in advance. They might be on Zoom.
Correct. We have Andy, if you could unmute yourself and give your full name. And I believe you have a presentation that PJ will play.
Hi, this is Andrew Doville, on behalf of the Sunset Harbor Boaters Association. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, and we do have a time constraint, so please get through this quickly. Thank you.
How much time do I have, ma'am?
We were going to give 4 people for each side 5 minutes. Does the committee think that that's fair?
I think 3 minutes.
Up to 5 minutes. Up to 5 minutes.
I think 3 minutes is fine.
Could I respectfully request 5 minutes just for this presentation?
Yes.
Mr. Suarez?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay, so for version 5 of the presentation that I submitted, if you could please turn to slide 3, starting on the challenges, that we do have an issue with the dock that was removed. The 20-minute restriction is inadequate for the boaters living out there. It criminalizes the basic access to their food, water, and shelter. Some of the individuals have disabilities, which violates Title II of the American with Disabilities Act. And right now, there is really no current legal access for long-term access to shore. So our position is that cutting off and evicting 100 boaters who are living out there does not address the real issues. I also want to address the mischaracterization of boaters that I did talk to Sergeant Resende. He informed me that there were multiple inspections done. Only 37 out of the 39 boats passed their sanitation inspection, which is 95%. As you mentioned, Commissioner Bott mentioned about the definition of a derelict vessel. Only seven vessels out of 137 were cited as derelict. 5 were cited as at risk, which means that 90% of the vessels or more out there are not derelict. Some of them might be untidy and unsightly, and I will give that to the condo owners as well. And we could definitely address that. But I would also like to echo that it is legal for them to anchor. It is legal for them to attach a dinghy to a public structure where there is no signage, and that the boaters are residents and taxpayers and voters of the city of Miami Beach. Also, I'd like to echo that the boaters are not the primary cause, or not the cause of the environmental damage, as shown by the Local 10 News coverage, as echoed by the Surfrider Foundation, as echoed by various reports and studies that have been done and shown that there's no seagrass down there because of the dredging that happened in the 1920s. So I'd like to state that the narrative about the boaters pooping in the water is false. It is malicious. It is harassment under Florida Statute 784.084, and attacking the boaters because of their housing status could be considered a hate crime under Florida Statute 775.085. So moving on to slide number 4, R5Q docking feedback. I put a picture in here that shows the area allowed by the 1,000-foot restriction. And I would just like to very strongly emphasize to all the members of this committee to contact the other public marinas in Miami-Dade, which I have on the next slide, and ask them about their policies, because the policies that we're putting in R5Q are vastly more restrictive than any other comparable marina in Miami-Dade County. Looking at the pricing, the $750 per month is extremely excessive for only a dinghy dog. You'll see on the next slide that the prices range from $200 to $400 per month, and that's for mooring balls, dinghy docks, and many other services. We feel that it should not be in excess of $50 per month for the dinghy dock, and that a dock master is not required. The 1,000-foot restriction would almost limit the entire area, and by my calculations, only approximately 5 boats could fit into that area. So that would be on the previous slide that I'm discussing, that we should really open up the area more if you guys are going to go that route. And also with regards to the pump out boat, most sailboats cannot access the South A1A bridge because of their mast height. So they would have to travel 2 or 3 hours through downtown, all the way back around past the cruise ships to get to Miami Beach Marina. We don't want to cause more traffic. We don't want to cause more, gas and fuel to get burned. When one boat, you can actually get funding through a state program that will fund 75% of the cost of a pump out boat if you request it. So I highly encourage you to look into that program, because my thought is that the city should absolutely provide a pump out boat, because that is the standard operating procedure at all the marinas that I called. Looking at these marinas, you can see that there are various marinas around Miami-Dade County. They have a lot more services for boaters. The prices are, including a mooring ball, includes pump outs, includes parking, it includes lounges, it includes many things. So we should really, the thing is, if we charge $750 a month.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy. The 5 minutes are up, unfortunately. If we have public comment now in person, I'll take 1 in person, 1 virtual, and we'll do 4 on each side.
And we'll alternate. You're on the opposite side. Sarah.
Okay. This is Sarah de los Reyes. I live on Sunset Harbor. I am the Neighborhood Association president. And we voted unanimously to support this item for the following reason. I've been living there for over 25 years, since 1998. When I first moved in, by the year 2000, there were like 3 boats in front of the park. And today, it's grown to 39, 40 boats. Number 1, it is not a marina. Number 2, we have a lot of uses in front of the park. We have the park, we have the launching pad for the boats, we have the fire boat that is coming to that area that is going to be launched out of there for emergency. We have the Marine Patrol. We're going to have, the park is going to have a living deck that the kids can actually go there. And the other day, when we had the boat show, and we're going to have the water taxi on top of it. So we have like so many uses in that little spot, and there's 39 boats. And during the boat show, the taxi, who was bringing people back and forth, had to go in between all the boats very carefully in order to turn around and face, in order to go around, to go back again, to go out. And it's dangerous there. Number 1, this is not a marina. People should go to a marina. It was never a marina. It's grown to be 29. I never saw any boats beyond the bridge. Like years ago, now we have over 50 to 75 boats beyond the bridge that I can see. And then many go behind Belle Isle. It's become an area, and I understand why. We do have the supermarkets you can walk, we have the restaurants you can do, everything can be done there. But we're gonna have too many uses in Sunset Harbor, in front of Lumis Park, to have that many boats be in front of it. You have the paddle boards, you have the kayaks, you have the jet skis. We have all that in that little space, which I think is very dangerous, and something will happen.
Thank you, Sarah, appreciate it. Okay, now somebody on the other side of it, Wally.
Commissioner Abbott, it's nice to see you back here. I hope your daughter is feeling better. My name is Wally Martin. I'm the president of Cruisers' Rights Network of North America. We're a boating advocacy group. I've been coming to an anchoring in Florida for probably 20 years now. So I wanted to address the gentleman from Hollywood who spoke first. The situation is a bit more complex, and their city did not attempt to use any of the methods that are available before going to an anchoring limitation area to deal with their problems. And there are numerous methods available. Now, in reference to this docking proposal, this proposal is basically the Titanic just before it hits the iceberg. The person who dreamed this up was clearly not somebody with any understanding of maritime laws or regulations or practices. It violates Florida statutes regarding anchoring, and on that basis alone it fails. The 1,000-foot anchoring set-off is illegal, and it's another attempt to drive legally anchored vessels from Miami Beach waters. It will also negatively affect boating tourism coming from Miami Beach. I have a very large social media network, and I have people asking me all the time, should I come to Miami Beach? Is it safe to anchor there? No, don't come to Miami Beach. You can't get ashore. And by the way, one of the big problems, and this is endemic in Florida, you have got a marine infrastructure problem. There is simply not enough dockage. There's 500 boats between 79th Street and the Rickenbacker Causeway, some of them up to 100 feet long. There is no dockage. You have to solve this problem, and that's why you need a mooring field. Now, anyway, the 1,000-foot set-off and its associated regulations will remove boats from Miami Beach waters as there's no water deep enough to anchor within Miami Beach at that distance off. It's like telling somebody visiting Miami Beach from Ohio, hey, park your car in Key Biscayne, make sure their car is licensed and washed, and the tires are properly inflated before you allow them into town on their scooters. The entire effort, quite frankly, and I'm speaking to one individual, is a bad faith attempt by this city council who, as this person has said publicly, drive anchored boats out of Miami Beach. Now, I was prepared to go through this proposal item by item, but that would take longer than the 5 minutes. Therefore, what I'd like to do is to speak at another time with Mr. Robenwald. I've left a call with your office, sir, so if you can call me back and we can set up a time. And I'll go through this thing to explain exactly what's wrong with it. And I know you're not a maritime lawyer, so I respect that. Or if this committee wishes, I can take the 5 minutes and I can go through it item by item. Now, if this thing is enacted, you're looking at an immediate lawsuit, if not 2 or 3. If you attempt to enforce the 1,000-foot rule, you'll discover, as an earlier city council did, you'll either lose at court or settle with the person getting a ticket for about $5,000. You can look up the case of Dr. Tenzer. It happened in 2016 for those who are not familiar with the issue. Basically, the terms of this so-called accommodation are either illegal, inappropriate, they're ill-advised, or they're just plain ridiculous. And the commissioner who drafted it should leave complex subjects such as this to those who understand them. What this city needs to do is to sit down with responsible boaters such as Micah Plummer back here, Andy, who was just on the Zoom.
Thank you for your time. I gave you an extra 15 seconds. Your time is up, but
I have 2 more sentences, okay? If you'd like a simple and a free solution, reinstall the dock on Collins Canal, and you've just saved your city over $250,000. There's your solution right there.
Thank you.
Okay, so on the other side, Tim?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association. Again, WABNA supports recommendations today for a collaborative, responsible opportunity for residents and boaters. We also support public safety measures such as a dock master, an assigned docking area at the Maurice Good facility, and a $750 monthly docking fee to pay for boater services, and an anchoring distance for the shoreline to respect privacy for both residents and for boaters. It appears that the only people objecting and paying their fair share are those who want to continue to anchor for free, trespass illegally over our property seawalls, and running illegal Airbnbs and charters. And also, in closing comment, where else in South Beach can you live for $750 a month and pay no taxes? That's why I think this collaboration today is a good opportunity for us to discuss and come up with effective solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Micah?
Hi, Micah Plummer, 1521 Alton Road, but I do live on one of those boats. I just want to recognize about the Hollywood issue, too. We didn't have Miami Beach Police Patrol in Hollywood, and I live right next to a sign, no-wake sign, and all day working on my boat, I watch these guys just bust people time after time. They're fantastic. They're the most professional police officers I've ever seen. I've gone from coast to coast, north and south, different countries, and they're fantastic at their jobs. And I'm not just saying that to, win some points and maybe get there to be, a 25-minute docking limit. I just want to say that it's a completely different circumstance, and if you guys are really looking for experts in the future, I do plead you just talk to them next time you do anything that revolves around boats. As for the 750, it's pretty crazy, but if that's what it takes, I would just suggest that, don't break any other ordinances and laws to make that a possibility, because the more people that don't sign up for this, the less will actually change. So all these boats that are unsightly, because there really is only 7 or 11 boats that are actually out there being derelict and illegal. which is a pretty easy thing with the proper funding to just come and remove those. And it's not the Miami Beach Police Patrol, it's not their job. They do their extent of what they're able to do, and then I think it goes to FWC or Coast Guard to actually remove those boats. So I really want to recognize that it's not their fault that, you know, those 7 to 11 boats are still there, and just ask these guys, you know, like, how does it work? How do we get these boats out? Please don't do things that affects the entire community. If $750 is the price, then $750 is the price, but you're not legally allowed to say we have to be 1,000 feet offshore, even 250 or, you know, whatever it is. I think it's 150 from docks, 100 feet from seawalls. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but once again, these guys will know. Easy questions to say. And yeah, I mean, the price is the price, but everything else should be dropped. That's not realistic and not legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. You, sir, on the other side.
Great afternoon. My name is Qasim Nabor, resident at 1500 Bay Road, Flamingo Point. Chair, Commissioners, great to be here today. I do support David Suarez Commissioners, C7Y and RSQ that would essentially put an end to the lawlessness of derelict squatter boats anchored in Miami Beach waterways, particularly Biscayne Bay, my backyard, now known as Pirate Bay. Right now, the only way these squatters and homeless can support the Liveaboard lifestyle is to access the land through the free Maurice Gibb dock ramp or pay at the Miami Beach Marina. If this passes, essentially it will do the following: establish a dock master at Maurice Gibb Park, a boat ramp, which will currently these squatters are leveraging for the 20-minute access floating dock. Establish a monthly permit fee of $750, $25 a day for the dinghy access to the floating ramp will be enforced by a dock master. Some of the main terms to grant a permit must anchor 1,000 feet from the shoreline. Vessel and dinghy must both be currently registered and insured, and also must provide pumpage receipts 7 days weekly. Thank you.
Okay. Number 4, Carlos.
Hello, how are you? My name is Carlos Leon. Very passionate people here. I feel like they've been very passionate against us. We've had commissioners pass by our boats every other day. Drones, now we have the drone shots. We had to go with my wife the other day to do a police report against the commissioner. There's already 2 reports against the commissioner, one for harassment and one for the drones. I'm tired of everybody spreading lies, saying that we're just throwing waste. 39 boats were raided the other night. Only 2 were against, got tickets. I was working with Nancy before. She's gonna speak about me a lot. Trying to help her to move some boats. But when I realized that the city didn't want to work with us, I decided not to help anymore, because why help a city that doesn't want to help us? So I stopped moving the boats. I stopped talking to owners. And to be honest, it's been a lot easier like this, because now we adapted to what you guys did to us. So to be honest, $750 is not going to help the solution, because nobody's going to sign up for it. So if you could put 1,000, 2,000, nobody's going to sign up for it. So this is going to go on your taxpayers to get the dock master, because at the end of the day, we have our solution already. We're trying to work with you guys to see if we can find a solution with the city to get the real derelict boats out. So I realize that not a lot of you guys want to work with us because they don't want to sit down with us, let the commissioner keep harassing us. We're going to get a lawyer, try to figure this out with the senators that, thank God, they didn't pay attention to you guys with the bill that Suarez was pushing up there for the 200 yards. And guess what? They voted against it, and we're still here. We still want to work with you guys. We still want to sit down and figure out something. But comparables, like Wally said, it's like $250 a month. And we get, in some places, you get showers, you get pump outs, you get laundry room, even parking for cars. I believe that if you guys are gonna charge something, charge the same thing that you guys pay for parking. How much do you pay for your 4 cars? $80? Something like that a year? That's what we should do. $200, $300 a year. We're willing to pay for it, but at the end of the day, there's nothing you guys can offer us for the $750. What are you guys giving us? A dock to leave our dinghy? None of the 39 people that I represent is gonna sign up for $750. So there's nothing that this whole 1,000 yards, 750, insurance, all that is not gonna work because none of us are gonna sign up for it. So thank you very much and have a great day.
Through the chair, may I
Thank
ask a
you,
question?
Carlos. I'm
May I
sorry?
just ask a quick
Of
question
course.
clarification? Carlos, if you don't mind, what is your solution that you say you have? No one's going to sign up for it because we have our solution. What is that solution?
There's no solution. We're doing it right now. We're swimming. We're calling people to take us back and forth to the house, to our home. Last night, I had to wait like 2 hours to get to my home, but I'll do it. It's my way of lifestyle. These people want to throw us out. We're gonna fight until the end, and we want to find a solution. We want to sit down with Suarez, with Magazine, with Alex, with Rosen, with Loud, all of you. But the thing is that I feel like every time we find like a little common ground, there's one commissioner that pushes everything away.
Okay, respectfully, I understand passions run hot, and there are a lot of things have been said and done on both sides, but that's not constructive.
Okay.
I will like to just remind everybody that, again, the vast majority of the guidelines provided for what is being proposed were not conjured out of thin air. They were taken from what we are planning to do for the mooring field, which was taken from other sources that are best practices. Now, can those things be fine-tuned? That's what we're trying to get to here. But let's not cast aspersions about the process or the staff or the people who are trying to find a path forward. Again, we're trying to fine-tune the things that aren't right and figure out a way forward. And at the end of the day, we are not going to have an 800 slip dinghy dock because we don't have the resources for it. We don't have the land, we don't have the water. So we are trying to find something that will work with what we do have. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to co-opt that.
But
Thank you for
I just
clarifying.
wanted to clarify. This has been 3 months now. You know, you guys destroyed the dock in 3 days, and every single month it's getting worse and worse and worse for us. So the solution that you guys are trying to talk to us about, we haven't seen anything. It's gotten worse in the last 3 months. If you see the Down syndrome girl, I wish you guys come and see Anastasia just trying to get up the dock. It's sad. It's sad. That's why I'm here. I don't care. I told everybody, I don't care jumping. I told Rosen, I really don't care jumping the wall. I'm young. My wife is young. But these people that are
I'm
retired.
sorry, can I ask just a quick question? If we have already a boat ramp, why is it not possible? And I understand part of the issue is people work and have full-time jobs or, whatever, need more than 20 minutes. But why are people still jumping the wall if there is a boat ramp where you can bring your dinghy up, let people get on or off, and then leave again?
No, because when the tide is way down, there's no platform, there's no ladder to come up.
No, I'm talking about the actual existing boat ramp where the Marine Patrol is.
How can you can't bring the dinghy to the dock. People fall all the time. It's so slippery. If you're thinking the ramp.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm not on the dock now, and I'm not standing there. But if we have a dock, I understand that things might have happened in a way that no one really anticipated 3 months ago. We are, in good faith, working to make it better. However, in the meanwhile, instead of trying to ask people who are not able to climb over walls, which is questionable if that's even legal, we have an existing boat ramp. And if it's a slippery, if it's an issue, if it's slippery at certain times, Maybe that's something we can work on while we try to find a better solution. But we have a boat ramp.
But-
Use it.
Tanya, sorry, Commissioner Tanya. We had the dock. If you saw the pictures, the dock that you
dock
did.
is gone, but the
yes,
dock
I
is
understand,
gone,
but
so-
you have to understand that that dock had a platform that went up and down with the tide. We don't have that right now.
Okay,
so when the
hang
tide
on,
is all the way
hold a
down
thought
here,
for a second, please. Anybody from Marine Patrol, Police can discuss this? Sorry, not to put you on the spot,
No
but
worry.
help me here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commission. Basically, what he's trying to explain is that we have a tide change here of about 3 feet.
course. I
So
know.
when they pull up to the actual dock that's there right now, at low tide, it's just shy of 4.5, maybe 5 feet from where the dinghy will be to the actual platform, and there's no ladder for them to climb up.
So you're saying the ramp
The ramp,
drops down
The-
4
the-
feet at low tide?
yes, the ramp itself, we do not allow anybody to use because we've had a lot of major issues there with injuries. It is very slippery, and they do come in clean, but they can only get to a certain level that they can get with the pressure cleaners.
Just a point of order, the proposal that we have, Commissioner Bott, is for the dinghies to be using the floating dock, so there won't be any more issues.
No, I understand that.
Yeah,
This was just like, we have a ramp, why aren't we using it? So that helps me
The floating
understand.
dock right now is non-motorized, so technically they cannot use that ramp by the way it's designated right now.
Okay,
ramp
well,
is not designed for that purpose.
The
It
dock.
was also financed by the Florida Inland Navigational District, and they will have issues if you want to try to
Okay,
use it that way.
I understand that. I'm looking for short-term stopgap solutions while we sort this out.
The dinghy
That
dock
do,
on the Hollands Canal, there's your solution right there.
No,
Problem solved.
wait, Wally, relax.
All right, well, let's go back to public comment. The next
Madam
one up
Chair.
is Nancy Duke.
Madam Chair, if I may, just for a second.
Nancy, sorry to pause you one more time. Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is such an important item. Clearly, very important points on both sides of the debate. Our residents are very concerned about this, and this is important to their quality of life. And Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Suarez have both sponsored a piece of legislation that deserves its proper vetting. We extended this meeting by 30 minutes, I think it was, and it's almost 3 o'clock. And I know some of our colleagues have another commitment they have to be at, actually, I think, like, right now. I think this is an issue that merits a special meeting of this committee. Just want to put that as a suggestion, because, you know, putting this together with some of the busy items, some of the other items that we have on a busy agenda, you can't give it really the amount of time it deserves. But I just want to suggest to you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Bott, perhaps it would be productive just to have a special session just to discuss this, and so that we're not rushed and we can properly vet everything. Just want to put that out there for consideration.
Madam Chair, if I could. Yeah. If I could, yes?
Yeah.
I'll address the gentleman that talked before. I've remained pretty neutral on this issue. Been Switzerland, I haven't made too many public comments. Trying to really not be dramatic here, but I can't remember being so offended by comments somebody makes. We're sitting up here trying to find a solution, and you're up here trying to dictate terms, saying, if you don't provide it this, at this cost, this is what we're going to do. No, let me read you the definition of property taxes and what they're used for. Property taxes are used to fund schools, police, fire departments, road construction and repair, libraries, water and sewer departments, and other local services that benefit the community. So for you to sit here and want to utilize all of these services of our community that our taxpayers pay for, but sit here and try and dictate your fair share that you'll pay for that while still utilizing these services, it's not only offensive to me, but the 87,000 residents that are taxpayers that we all represent. This is a shared sacrifice that we all make. I don't like paying property taxes, but I certainly, for the 10 years that I lived here, never stood on that side of the dais and dictated what I should pay. And if I didn't agree with it, say I'm going to go about things my own way. We're sitting here dedicating public servants' time to try and find a solution here. So for you to sit here and throw a one-sided tirade is downright offensive to me and the taxpayers that we all represent.
Look, point of order, through the chair. we have an April 3rd commission meeting. I think what we can do now, if you want, is close public comment and get down to the brass tacks of.
From a doctor's appointment just for this.
Okay, maybe after Adonis, but I think what I'd like to do is, as you can see, everyone is passionate. Even the voters are passionate about getting to a solution. I think we just need maybe another 15 minutes of discussions, because if we cannot come to an agreement today on what the best path forward is, I'm going to withdraw my item and then bring forward a separate item on the April 3rd meeting that is going to basically prohibit any sort of pickup and drop off at the Sunset, at the Maurice Gibb Park. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to just, if anyone can, just give me another 20 minutes for this, for this, and then we'll see if we can come to some sort of compromise. I think really it just comes down to having the neighborhood association, the new neighborhood associations of the boaters, Carlos and Micah, to discuss, I guess, like, what are you offering? What to you is what a solution? Because the last time I spoke to Micah, the last offer that you guys offered me was, you give us back the boat ramp at Collins Park, and then we'll stop harassing you. We'll stop harassing you online, and we'll stop terrorizing you and your family. And that was the olive branch from you guys. So let's cut all the theater. What do you have to offer? What do you think is an appropriate solution?
Let's sit down and talk and find that solution. You sat down with Micah by yourself and didn't want to sit down with me. Why don't you sit down with us, okay, and find a solution?
Listen, we are the elected officials.
Okay.
We are the elected officials. We represent the taxpayers and residents of Miami Beach. We put forward a plan and an olive branch for you guys to hopefully agree. We have privacy concerns. We have public safety concerns. Most of the items that we put on this agreement come directly from the mooring field, which is coming no matter what. And so if you want to talk right now about distance or pricing, we can talk about that right now.
Distance?
But I don't like
we can talk about pricing, but distance, the Senate voted on the distance.
So I can have our city attorney talk about our legality on how we can enforce that, okay? But from what I understand, legally speaking, we are well within our legal capacity to do this, or else it wouldn't be printed on an agenda, okay? So I think what we need to do to conserve time is saying, what do you guys have to offer? In your perfect scenario, what would you like and what would you offer us?
A dock back for...
And so our concerns are the boats are too close to shore. We have no idea how you guys are pumping out your sewage, okay?
But
hold on.
Wait. Let's go back because you're keeping putting the sewage situation.
Carlos,
we had rated. We rated.
Carlos, let me finish, please. I'm not trying to disparage you. I am simply saying the concerns. Everyone has these concerns. It's not just me. It's our residents. We have privacy concerns. Your boats are way too. Let me finish.
Which ones?
Any of them that are close to shore, 500 feet, 600 feet close to shore. In the harbor, people that want to go on a kayak or a paddleboard, they have to zigzag around a bunch of boats there. That's not right. That's not right to our residents. That's not right to the well-being of a community. There are privacy concerns. At night, if there are two boats too close, the lights are on, you can easily see into these homes, okay? Also, insurance. None of these boats are insured. That means if one of these boats sink, it takes anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 per boat to retrieve it. Not to mention the ecological disaster that happens when a boat sinks, because if FWC is going to pay for it, for example, it's going to be there for months. And so, hold on, those are our concerns. We have a concern for distance. We have a concern for the well-being of the boats. If there's a hurricane, that comes, most of those boats will probably sink. And we have concerns about environmental concerns. Or environmental impacts. And to say that there's no seagrass, that's not true, because we just had a mooring field study. And on the mooring field study, if you want me to put it on, I can, there are pockets of seagrass there. There are large pockets of seagrass. And in fact, our mooring field is based around those pockets. You'll see that the boring ball's not situated in those pockets of seagrass. So, look, those are our concerns. I'm not trying to get into a fighting match with you or an arguing match. I'm just saying, what are your options?
Okay, you're saying I'm.
Excuse me.
I'm talking to
Are you
Carlos.
mandate that every house is 250 feet from the next house? That's what you're saying if you're
No.
telling both.
Wait,
Yes,
give me a
we,
second.
yes, we do have zoning and ordinances, so that is mandated. Yes, it absolutely
There
is.
are many homes that are much closer than 250 feet. State law requires 100 to 150 feet, depending on whether it's infrastructure or seawall, whatever. Okay, that's the law. That's the state law.
Again,
You have
what
no
what are,
authority
I'm,
over anything.
again, I'm just asking.
We need to rein this meeting in, because
all I'm asking-
Okay, give
All
me
I'm
a second.
asking-
Okay, the West Avenue Association and everybody from the West Avenue, what they don't like is the ugly boats, right? Let's talk honestly, okay? The ugly boats. The ugly boats, okay, are not gonna move because what you're trying to do with the ordinance is putting us, the people who are living there, the nice boats, okay, to move our 1,000. But the people that that have the ugly boats there that you guys don't like, they're not moving because they're not gonna have to use the dinghy dock. So the solution that you're
I'm
trying
going
to bring.
to interrupt. We need to wrap this meeting up, and it was asked what price and what distance.
I'll say $50 to $100 a month maximum.
In what distance?
Micah?
I don't believe in distance.
I think, is it okay? I'm so sorry. I think the price is, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I know they've been waiting patiently. Yeah, I mean, I think another meeting is definitely valid at this point. Price, I think, should be irrelevant. We should actually talk about, because I know the initial 750 was to pay a staff to be there and kind of enforce rules that technically aren't really legal to enforce and probably could be the rangers and the police that are already there, I think, could probably do a pretty good job without actually paying them any extra. That being said, I do agree that we should pay for these services. I've said from the beginning, I wish 6 years ago when I was here that there was a way for me to pay, and I've been waiting for marinas to open up, and there just isn't any. It's years wait lists. So it's just not a realistic thing to say that. And then also, if I can respond to the meeting that we had, I just want to make it very clear that from the very beginning, I've been trying to tell everybody in the community, it's been very tense on both sides, and I've always advocated, to keep things not personal and to just be open-minded, because obviously, how can we expect you guys to do that if we're not doing that to you? So the threats that you were talking about, it was nothing to do with, I don't represent an organization, I'm just a guy out there with my towing endorsement and a lot of experience on the water.
Again, Miko, you represent the Sunset Harbor.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Well, no,
so-
I don't recognize anything.
Okay. Right.
People
So-
try to put my name on something, but it's
Sure,
really not me.
But the price, okay, Carlos is suggesting $50 or $100 a month, and then
What we can
and then no
offer you-
distance. And then, so what are you proposing?
Yes, what we can offer you is the security of always having kind of a private police force out there that tows boats away and identifies problem boats immediately. I mean, we've been already doing that for years, and kind of like not directly working with the police, but we're the first ones to call about a boat that looks like it's at risk.
So just to clarify, I have two proposals from, I guess, heads of organizations from the boaters that say they either want $50 or $100 a month and no distance from shore, and then your offer is to police boats out in the harbors.
Police boats, tow boats, I mean, anything that the police aren't legally allowed to do.
Basically, give you guys an authority to govern yourselves.
No, not an authority, just that's kind of our lifestyle already. We take care of each other, and we don't ask that much.
Could I make a
So,
suggestion?
listen, hold it
Madam
back,
Chair.
if you don't,
Yeah.
respectfully. It doesn't seem like we're gonna have any sort of consensus, Commissioner Bott. I mean, I think they've made it perfectly clear that the only thing they want is their Collins dock back, and they want basically free.
No,
Okay,
why
well,
not?
let me finish. So they want a very small fee, and that's it, with no distance from shore. And to me, the distance from shore is critical, because we need privacy and law and order in our city, and that extends to the waterways. And if they are unwilling to negotiate that and say, look, okay, maybe not 1,000 feet, maybe 700 feet, okay? And then we don't have to look at your lives, and you don't have to peek into our lives. I can understand that. And the price, sure, if you wanted to bring it down, the only reason I put the price of $750 is because I looked at the dinner key mooring rates, or PJ can can pull it up, but the rates for Liveaboard, it literally says in Dinner Key Marina, $24 per foot per month with a minimum of 40 feet. That comes out to $960.
And Vice Mayor, does that include any amenities?
Yeah, sure. That comes out with showers and bathrooms, but we're not. But we would offer a bathroom. We already offer a free porta potty. Okay, we offer garbage services. We would offer. I don't know why you guys are laughing. I mean, listen. This is an actual marina. We have. I'm saying we charge less than what they're charging, and so look. This is Miami Beach. We're not Dinner Key Marina. We're a worldwide destination. We're not the boondocks of Florida. Yeah, thank you. So $24 per foot per month, rate based on a 40-foot minimum. And so that comes out to, if you do the math, that comes out to $960 a month. $750 to basically live in Miami Beach with $1 million view and have world-class services, fire department, police. Fire departments here, they just responded to a call just a few days ago to a liveaboard that had to be rescued to Mount Sinai. They use that service to save someone's life. They're not paying any taxes toward that. And so, look, at the end of the day, Commissioner Bott, I think this is just between you and I on to decide how are we going to move forward, because it's clear that there is no willingness to compromise on any of our issues. And I don't want to wait 2 years for a mooring field to be put in. This problem is just going to keep on growing worse and worse. Just like our liaison, Chris, said, in a 6-month period, it got to the point where they were not able to handle it. And unfortunately, we have infrastructure that enables this behavior, the commercialization of our waterways. And that is not something that we should take lightly, and we should act swiftly. And respectfully, I understand this is a big issue, but I think by just even if we have a special meeting, it's going to just basically come to the same result, that there is no compromise.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Fernandez.
If I may.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay. I just want to ask, decorum is very important. People should only be at the podium if they're recognized by the chair. So if you're not recognized by the chair, please be seated. Please, if you're not recognized by the chair, please be seated.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Adonis was the last one for public
So
comment. If you want to say 1 minute after Commissioner Fernandez finishes, and then you be seated.
Okay. I think it might be productive, rather than us putting out there a recommendation that's politically driven, because we are a political body, okay, as to what the fee should be. I think it might be better. Let's ask our administration to go out there into the marketplace, do an analysis, and for them to make a professionally driven recommendation as to what the fee may be. Might be the same outcome that you're proposing, it might be different, but that way it's not coming from us, it's not coming from them. It is a professionally analyzed, vetted recommendation on what the fee may be. And I think maybe we could have a meeting, perhaps, I just want to suggest again, maybe before the April 3rd meeting of the City Commission, we can bring that back, and so we can see, okay, what does the recommendation, what is a professional recommendation?
Before we do that, Adonis.
I'd like to have 2 minutes if possible, because I waited here very patiently. First and foremost, through the chair, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And let me start by saying, Adonis Garcia, 1701 Sunset Harbor Drive. I sit on the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. I'm also president of my association and my board. I'd like to say very clearly, I've been there for 21 years, and it did start with a few boats, and now it's gotten overwhelming. Commissioner Suarez does not exaggerate when I see this all the time with the boats trying to swerve in and out. And I commend this commission for your leadership on finally tackling this issue. I've been years complaining to friends, and it's come to this, and I thank you for the time that you're taking today on this issue. But I do recommend let's move forward, because we can get in committee for the next 6 months and nothing happens. You guys are much nicer than Dade County, for example. They don't even allow you to speak. But what I'm requesting is, if the number's not correct, then let's find the right number. But let's move forward on this issue because we're going to talk this to death. And quite frankly, what we need, number one, most importantly, I'm sorry, let me refrain a minute. Commissioner Magazine brought up an excellent point. They do use police and fire services. I've seen it multiple times. And that's fine, that's our job. But this is a community and we all need to pay into that. That being said, I think the number one priority needs to be a dock master. Above and beyond everything else, that's the person. The poor park rangers, this is not their job. It's really, they're trying to do 3 jobs at one time, chasing me and my dog when I'm walking my dog. But quite frankly, we need a dock master more than anything. Again, I thank you for your leadership and your time.
Thank you, Adonis. Okay, so we need to wrap this
Sure.
up.
Through the chair, and Carlos, you're more than welcome to speak, but if this was free and you had to adhere to a certain distance from shore, would you be okay with that?
Let's talk.
I'm
Let's
just-
no,
there's
because
really-
Commissioner,
Listen.
right now you're putting me on the spot. Okay, we haven't had this discussion. Okay, so let me go back to my people. Okay, say what's good for them, and then I can come back and we can sit down and meet.
Well, we have until the April 3rd meeting, before
Okay.
this is a second reading. We are more than welcome to sit there before then. I'm going to move forward with this, just as Adonis said. We don't want to put this in committee or delay this. There's plenty of time now, between now and April 3rd, to discuss this. And so, I would like the Public Safety Neighborhoods Committee to move forward on this item, and have a final discussion at the April 3rd meeting.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Is the intent, will you have a discussion with Carlos
Of course.
offline, please,
Yes.
before
Yes.
the April 3rd
Okay.
meeting?
We'll talk right now.
Okay.
So item concluded. Okay.
Wally?
I would say that Coconut Grove is a fairly world-class destination. I'm tied to a mooring ball there right now with a really good restaurant, a superb shower, security,
Do we need a
24-hour shuttle.
Do we need a vote?
$375 a month.
Yeah.
Do we need, Madam Chair, do you need a motion to dismiss?
Yeah, Wally, we have to close the meeting. Thank you. What was that? For the item, it's contingent on a discussion with the vice chair and the voters to come back to the April 3rd commission with what their resolution is, because we can't make a recommendation when the price hasn't been determined.
But at the same time, if they decide not to meet with me for whatever reason, I'm willing to talk right now.
Then you tell us that on April 3rd.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine going forward to the commission without a recommendation, not to hold it back. And I want to hear what the outcomes are of the discussions that the vice chair and Commissioner Bott have with the voters.
So there's no recommendation. It's just basically saying, we've discussed this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, great.
Okay. Then
Thank you.
Thank
The
you for
meeting
that.
is adjourned.
Oh my God.